Should we just let it burn down?
Fire! 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 It's too late!
Oh no! He doesn't need to know he's third choice. Yeah, Charlie being third choice today as my outfit. He does not need to know. Alright, new game.
Hi, it's Nancy Drew.
Hi.
Welcome to my latest cyber mystery. Message in a haunted mansion. Choose your difficulty level to start
Not
off.
the cyber
If you're new to
mystery.
adventure games, you might want to click on the tutorial button to learn how to play the game.
Do we want to learn how to play the game? But this is her latest cyber mystery, and like we said last week, we're gonna do Junior Detective this year because I never played Junior Detective, so it is kind of new to me. So, let's go.
Dear Bess, hello from stormy San Francisco. This time I'm staying in a beautiful Victorian mansion. You'd love the room I'm in. It's full of old Chinese furnishings and some interesting knickknacks. The owner of the house, Rose Green, is a friend of Hannah and asked me to come out and help her with some renovation work. She and her friend Abby hope to turn the place into a bed and breakfast by next month. But from what I gathered, Rose isn't sure if she can open in time. Ever since they started the renovations, they've had a lot of accidents. Could it be just bad luck, or is there something more sinister at work? I'm sure I'll find out. Love, Nancy.
Yay. Why does she have a framed picture of Rose? But, anyway. Cyber mystery. It's gonna be really hot in there with 30 of us packed in that van. In the white struggle bus van. Yeah, I think so. Alright, what should we do first? I didn't even do my whole spiel, but backseat gaming is always encouraged. You are welcome to tell me what to do if you want to do Easter eggs, extra things. Feel free to jump in. Shroom! How are you doing? Welcome, and welcome all of you beautiful raiders to the Sleuthy Summer party. We are gonna play some Message in a Haunted Mansion and Treasure in the Royal Tower today. We just started. You haven't missed anything. But welcome, welcome. Okay. Let's see. I guess I gotta start... Where's my notebook? I gotta start taking notes. Love extra things. I do too. So if there's anything that I miss, just let me know. And we can do it. We can roast characters. We can have all the fun things that you guys want. So feel free. Daughters of Diligence earn the gold of 9 dragons. Okay. Who wants to form a gang called the Daughters of Diligence? I think we should do that. And then what would we do? What would Daughters of Diligence do? We would raid targets for all the fun things. And what else? Book club? Maybe? Okay, I wrote it down as Daughters of Diligence. Diligently steal everything in Target. Hold up. Autobot's done a fortune teller. Let's do it. 4414. You got it. You can click on the symbols in junior mode? I can? Wait, what, like, click on the symbols? I'm not sure what that means, but we will find out because I have not played junior mode in a hot minute. Can we do Easter eggs for this one? I don't think I've seen them. Cool. I think there are phone Easter eggs, but I don't remember what all of them are, so if you guys want to remind me, feel free. But let's get Autobot's fortune today. Little quick jump over here. 4414. I'm taking from... Okay, I do not have the books for either one of these games today, so I just picked Nancy Drew's Guide to Life, the little baby book of life advice from Nancy Drew herself. So I will give you some life advice from Miss Nancy Drew on page 44. Okay. I don't recommend this, but this is what Nancy is telling you to do, Autobot. I take it as you will. It doesn't hurt to question a person appearing sick. The illness might be a devious ruse to dupe you. It doesn't hurt to question a person appearing sick. The illness might be a devious ruse to dupe you. So if someone is sick, don't believe them. They could be lying, Autobot. Be careful. That advice is brought to you by The Clue in the Jewel Box. That's the book that's from. But yeah, don't trust people who say that they're sick. I feel like that's terrible advice, Nancy, but okay. Gosh. We all wear mom jeans, the Daughters of Diligence. I like it. The Daughters of Diligence wear mom jeans and horse t-shirts.
It's locked.
Oh no. Let's open it up. Look at those mom jeans. Nancy is a Daughter of Diligence. Rook's Honor, how are you doing? I have both those books, so if you need me to type what they say, I totally can. Oh, you should! Yeah, 4414. If you want to go page 44, line 14, and like put in what one of those books says, that'd be so fun. Yeah, I don't have them. I'm sick. Feather Phoenix, how are you doing? Are you lying to us? Okay, so this is Nancy Drew's journal. Accidents. Why so many? House, Chinese antique decorations, and who's who. Rose is the owner of the house, and that's all we know. We don't have a ton of information yet, so let's find out more.
Listen, my child, to this story of dreams, and know that the beginning is more difficult than it seems. When the 10 daughters are reunited in order, when the 4-sided box loses its border, when the eye of the phoenix is in your hand, when the bird of fire can see again, when the moon sleeps and the sun plays, the king of the sky will shine his ray, and hidden beneath a river of colors will lie a gate to golden wonders.
Are they always highlighted like that? Or is that a junior detective thing? That's really, like, nice and easy. I just wrote down all the ones that we need to look for symbols for. We already have daughters. You know, the Daughters of Diligence. That is awful advice. Lol, every doctor ever. All advice given on this channel is for entertainment purposes only and not legally actionable. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Please do not take all the advice on this channel. Especially when we do questionable things. I love mystery stuff. I do too. Mystery stuff is good stuff.
Hello, Nancy. I see you've arrived safely from your long journey. But I'm sensing an aura of danger around you. I can tell you're an inquisitive type, a little skeptical, and that you don't believe in ghosts.
Okay, but Rose and What's-Her-Face are totally married, aren't they? Rose and Abby? I don't think it explicitly says that, but I do ship them, and I would love that to be canon. So, I will say yes.
How do you know I don't believe in ghosts?
I know many things. I know how to communicate with the spirits, and I know things about people that they don't tell me. Call it intuition or ESP. The spirits in this house are interested in you, especially since you don't believe in them. Watch out. They may give you a rough time just to get your attention.
Oh. The spirits are interested in us, guys.
Does your intuition tell you who could be behind these recent accidents?
I'm not sure, but for some reason the name Valdez has a strong connection with this mansion.
Valdez, alright. Are you able to play them by memory, or do you still have to figure it out as you go? It depends on the game. These early ones, I do feel like I go on autopilot sometimes, but I think the later games, especially when we get into like the late 20s, 30s in the series, I forget some stuff, so kind of a mixture. This one, I don't play very, very often, so I feel like we'll figure it out as we go.
Well, you'll be the first to know if I find a ghost floating over my bed.
Do you dare mock the supernatural? Just bear in mind what I've told you about this place. Spirits of the deceased can do unimaginable harm, especially to those who don't believe. Now, if you will please excuse me, I need to prepare myself for this evening. At that time, more will be revealed.
Ominous. Oh.
She sounds busy.
She sounds busy. Oh, they are totally together. I think that they are. It's just not said. But I would like to believe that Rose and Abby are together. Speak of the devil.
Hello, Nancy. I'm very glad you could come out here. We can really use your help, seeing how far we are behind schedule. Are you all ready to do some renovation work?
Yeah. Squishy arm, how are you doing? Is that a threat? Absolutely. But a threat with love, I think. I don't know. I don't know how to read Abby.
I sure am. This house must have quite a history. What do you know about it?
Not very much, but Abby found some interesting old papers that might give us clues about the history of the house.
Ooh.
They're in the parlor if you want to take a peek. There's also an old-time saloon in the basement, so it's possible the house was once a hotel.
Crazy. Spitfire, how are you doing? They were really good friends, and they were roommates.
Last night,
I love
you
that.
mentioned some accidents. What exactly happened?
I don't know where to begin. It started out with some small but irritating things. But then the scaffolding collapsed, and just last week we had a gas leak. I really don't know whether I can stand much more of this. I would love to have a week without any accidents.
Me every Monday. I would love to have a week without any accidents. That is all I'm asking for.
I can understand your frustration, Rose. Do you think it's just bad luck?
I'm not one to believe in bad luck, but it's been one thing after another. Maybe Charlie doesn't have the expertise for these renovations, but his rates are so affordable. I sometimes wonder, though, if this old house would be worth more burned to the ground. Enough chit-chat. Hannah tells me you're a real pro with puzzles. Take a look in the corner. Those wood tiles should fit inside the inlay pattern of the floor. Abby and I tried for hours, but it's just too complicated. I'm sorry.
Hours, you say?
Around, but everyone posts their schedule here in the dining room.
Okay.
It's kind of like Command Central. Let me know how far you get with that puzzle. And thanks again for helping us, Nancy.
Okay, we haven't talked about her neck yet, but Rose's neck is very bendy. She flips it around a little bit too much. But let's take a look at the puzzle that she and Abby spent hours trying to do. Hours, you say? Come on. Well, we got Nancy Drew on the case, so this shouldn't be too bad, right? Watch me mess up. It's just so sensitive. That's the only thing I don't like about this puzzle. You gotta get it right when it highlights. There. There we go. And just make sure this fits in. You know what? We'll just fit it in over there because we know that that's where that goes. There. Okay. Making progress. And then we just gotta shift these around. So there's no gaps. Man, that took me hours. Honestly. I don't understand why they would make this so difficult. Hours. The hitboxes are bad, but not too bad, right? Wait, what sorcery is this you were using to solve this baffling puzzle?
How's that inlay puzzle coming along?
It's done.
I finished it. Wonderful. But now I've got something else for you. I set up a ladder upstairs so you can chip off the broken tiles on the hallway ceiling. You'll need to look around for a chisel or paint scraper for the job. I'm not sure where Charlie keeps them.
Okay. Like, not even, like, I feel like that needed more pomp and circumstance. That took you hours to try to figure out and you still didn't do it, but all I got was a, wonderful, here's your next job.
did you meet
upset.
Abby?
She was the drama coach back in River Heights, and we worked on a couple of plays together. My bid on this house was too low, so she pitched in her savings to help me get the place. If it weren't for Abby, I couldn't have afforded this place.
Aww.
What is Abby planning for tonight?
She's putting on some kind of seance tonight to contact these ghosts or whatever she thinks is causing all of these accidents.
I can see you're.
And you're just letting this happen?
Take care.
There's some seance happening tonight. I don't know, but there's some ghosts apparently causing the accidents. We'll figure it out. Also, we can't really do puzzles because we take very long to figure out things and then don't actually complete them. It's fine. I really don't actually know what's happening in this house that I bought because I don't even know where I could find a paint scraper, to be honest. That's Rose. That's Rose for you. Is Nancy just here as free labor? She's always here for free labor. Nancy loves free labor. How to create a beautiful 4-poster bed in 10 easy steps. Oh, that's what we should have done today. Instead of like figuring out which foods we can eat that are on theme, we should have just built a 4-poster bed. Does anyone want to do this with me? I'll go get some wooden doweling and then we can just make a bed together. Pre-cut all of the pieces in sort of PVC elbow lengthwise into the doweling. Seems easy enough. It's only 10 steps. 10 easy steps. We can do it. That would be true Nancy Drew fan dedication if one of us makes that bed. As the next 50 follower mark, we get a DIY stream. Should we do it? Should we try to make a full bed? What if... Oh, she's not here. Well, Short Round's here. Maybe he would like a 4-poster bed. I was gonna say Bugs, my dog, would like a 4-poster bed. Maybe we make a tiny one for her. Although I do think Short Round might enjoy it more. We need like a 4-poster pet bed inspired by Nancy Drew. I think it would be really fun. I could do it in 2 steps and get materials, build bed. Easy. 2 easy steps. A tiny 4-poster bed, I'm gonna cry. We should do it. I'm actually gonna write it down as like a future Nancy Drew nerd thing we need to do. I love it. Okay, so this is the schedule. Let's make sure we write down when everyone's gonna be in places. This is not stalkery at all. Just need to know where they are at all times of the day and night. Actually, I really don't care what they do at night. Live your life. Out from 3 to 6. Okay, I'm gonna write this down, put a little box around it and everything. I'm so down for that. I love building cardboard things for my cat. We should all do it. We should just all make 4-poster pet beds. It'll be a fun, like, group DIY Nancy Drew activity.
When the bird of fire can see again.
Oh, Nancy. Is that what we meant earlier when we said we could click on the symbols and it would say something? Because I don't think I could do that before. Okay, so we've got this, which is fire. Oh, why is my pen not working? There we go. It looks like that. Licensed engineer here at your service for bed building advice. Love it. That's what we need. We need someone in the chat at all times to make sure we're doing it right. Abby's in her bedroom from 6 p.m. to 3 p.m. the next day. Oh, yeah, that's true. Because if she's out from the 3 to 6, she is in her room from 6 to 3. Interesting. Okay, what does this say? Dear Miss Green, I have amended your fire insurance policy per your instructions. The property located at 4653 California Lane, San Francisco, California is now insured for the sum of $1 million against fire or earthquake damage. The policy lists you as the sole benefactor. We thank you for your patronage. Please feel free to contact me if you have any further questions. Helen O'Leary. Okay. $1 million seems excessive, but alright. That only works on Junior mode. Yeah, and we're playing on Junior for the, like, I haven't played Junior in years, so we're doing all the games on Junior this year, and that's really cool. You can click on the things. This is way more relaxing. Abisva, how are you doing? Welcome to the Struggle Bus. We are playing some Nancy Drew for a Nancy Drew marathon, so I'm glad you're here. What else do we got? She wanted us to go scrape off some tiles. Yes? Tile scraping. That's... Focus. Tile scraping. I feel like I always get sidetracked. Also, both Easter eggs are triggered in this game right before the end sequence, which is odd. Oh, okay. Well, I don't remember what it is. I thought there were phone Easter eggs. Maybe I should look it up. Unless you guys know what I need to do. Let's go here. What time is it? Right. I think everyone should still be around then.
Hi, you must be Nancy.
It's
My
me.
name's Charlie.
It's me, Charlie. Where's my paintbrushes? I'm not Charlie without my paint and my wrinkly t-shirt. Ned in disguise. This is Ned's voice actor, so yes, this is Ned in disguise. He found out about Daryl Gray and was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go incognito on Nancy's next case. Make sure she's not doing anything shady.
Nice to meet you. Rose and Abby really have their hands full with this house.
Yeah, most of these Victorian mansions need a lot of work. But I don't mind getting my hands dirty, you know? This place will look great once it's finished.
Alright.
Do you think you'll be open in time with all of these accidents and delays?
Yeah. Well, now that you're here, sure.
You don't sound convinced.
You don't sound convinced.
No, I am. I mean, I know Rose is all concerned, but you gotta expect a few things to get out of control with these big projects. Accidents happen, you know?
Do they? Charlie/Ned is a babe. Absolutely.
Sure, but why so many?
I have no idea.
This is how I picture Ned.
Blaming me, but it's not my fault. I know what I'm doing.
The
I know
voice
how
does
to do
fit
this
the
work.
character
Listen,
model.
Nancy, I really
You're
need to
right.
get back to work. I'm repairing some floorboards, so be careful walking around. Rose was looking for you earlier. Maybe she has something for you to do. See ya.
Do you want to tell me which floorboards you are repairing? He's like, I'm repairing some floorboards, so be careful walking around. Where specifically, though? Like, you can't be replacing all of the floorboards currently. Is it in the foyer? Is it in here? Where should I be worried about floorboards? Come on, sir. Nadine, how are you doing? What's going on? Scandal, horror, outrage. Citing the increased popularity of stage reviews and decreased charitable contributions, the Ladies Protection Society has announced a shocking new strategy for raising much-needed funds for the benefit of widows and orphans in our region. No longer will the good ladies of our society hold garden parties, afternoon teas, or cakewalks to solicit contributions. Instead, these proper wives, daughters, and mothers will act on stage like common troubadours in several popular plays in order to raise money for their good works. As decent gentlemen, we should not allow the fair sex to denigrate themselves to this level of vulgarity. Women belong in the home, not upon the stage. How dare. Scandal, horror, and outrage that women are doing things that are not within the home. How dare they? Ugh. Disgusting. Alright, what else could we look at? Bed and breakfast on the rise. Ooh. The troubadour's clutches pearls. I am shocked. I mean, that is scandalous. The Bay Area has experienced an increase in the number of registered bed and breakfasts, according to Betsy Hamilton, director of the B&B Association of San Francisco. More and more travelers who visit our city are seeking a more personal lodging experience. The Bay Area has many alternative accommodations in addition to traditional hotels, but with the increased interest in B&Bs comes increased competition. We have actually seen decline in business over the last couple of years, says Roderick J.H. Torreson, owner of Old Time Lodgings in Pacific Heights. Nearly everyone with a Victorian-style home seems to have jumped on the B&B bandwagon. Many B&Bs are marketed towards a specific clientele or offer different amenities to beat the competition. Janie Christen of Dark Shadows Inn, I would stay there. Dark Shadows Inn? That sounds so cool. Offers her clients a mystery dinner show. Okay, I'm sold. I'm going there. Janie, can I get out of this B&B? I would go stay there instead. It's extremely popular and profitable when the B&B distinguishes itself from the rest of the pack, she says. Hotels that have some historical importance or even a legend attached to them are definitely the most popular. Ooh. We need to show that to Rose. She needs to up her game. Okay. Famous non-alcoholic drinks and how to mix them. This is what I was talking about earlier. If you guys want to make something Nancy Drew-esque for today. Non-alcoholic beverages. You can go for a minty festival punch. Ginger whisper. So this is water, cranberry juice, oranges, lime juice, sugar, and mint. So if you got those, you can make that. And then ginger water, soda water, ginger ale, and lemon juice. Oh man, I think I'm just missing ginger ale. I could have made that. That would have been great. This is for 20 servings, though. That's a lot. An inn themed on the old Dark Shadows soap opera. That'd be fun. Has anyone actually in San Francisco made a B&B that is themed after this game? I'd say, oh my gosh, that's such a good idea. If you live in San Francisco, make a Message in a Haunted Mansion B&B. That'd be amazing. Yo, what? I've never seen this. The drinks? Have you been playing this one long? I mixed up the time and got here late. You weren't that late. We talked for a very long time, so we just started. You haven't missed much.
I should wait until he leaves.
I can't go to that side of the room until Charlie is done with whatever he is doing right there. With that paintbrush. His wrist is broken. He's also not painting that piece of wood. He's definitely getting that all over the table. Dude, this might be a real idea. The drinks, I feel like someone should do it. Let me know how it tastes. I've never made those before. Alright. Onward! Okay. So I think we can look over here. Found a paint scraper. Easy. We got a clock. A very loud clock at that. You're right, the arm movement is so unnatural. Like, go get that checked out. It's the wrist. Like, why?
It's good to know it's here.
I think we should use it as an inventory item, Nancy. I think you should take it. But she said it's good to know it's there. Apparently we can't just steal it. Ooh, a box. List of subscribers, June 18th, 1894. Telephone company. Law offices. Dear sir, we are pleased to announce that your bid for the auction property located at 4653 California Lane has been accepted. That's where we are right now. Fee simple estate interests have now been transferred through the charitable trust set up by the property's grantor for the benefit of the Ladies Protection and Relief Society. All right, this is from 1906. Got some old papers in here. Gotcha, gotcha. This thing is gonna move at an unexpected time. I'm keeping an eye on it because it freaks me out. Move. I know you're gonna move. Everyone watch that thing. Make sure it doesn't move. Subterranean San Francisco. Explore the hidden world that lies beneath the city. Exploring the labyrinth below. Few people know the fascinating world below the streets of San Francisco. Did you guys know about the fascinating world beneath the streets of San Francisco? I mean, this looks a little sketchy. Maxwell and Metzger and Mass sounds like they should be dealing with the estates for what is that? Schattengagers? I don't know what that word is. Are we framing all those papers? They're so old, like why not keep them somewhere nice? in frames would be very cool. Like, what if that's the theme of the B&B, is just like olden days? See, that is not something you can explain. It always scared me to death. The moving thing? This thing? Yes, because how does that happen? Shining Yeagers is a made-up phrase for the Shadow Hunters in the Gabriel Knight series of games. Okay, I've never finished Gabriel Knight, so thank you for explaining that to me. I started the first Gabriel Knight and couldn't stand him, so I stopped, but maybe now I need to finish. Lots of elbow grease. Ooh, those are really nice flowers. Look at this. They're really sprucing up the place. Doesn't the window do something scary too? The window? Does it? I don't know. I've always thought this was the only thing that, like, did something weird. Does anyone know about the windows? Do they move or something? Have shadows? I'm not sure. The curtain moves at the window? Do they? Oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever noticed. As a child, I, like, sped through this room very fast. I'd never, like, looked around, so that could be why I don't know that. Oh... Dear Hugh, I'm doing great. How are you? Yes, the rumors are true. I bought myself a Victorian mansion. It's... What? Queasy? I don't know what that word is. You should... Oh, it's funny. It's funny you should mention Abby. She's actually the one who decided to go in on this venture with me. We're still in the process of restoring the place. It's a lot of fun, but also a lot of hard work. We're beginning to get a little worried that we'll fall behind schedule if we're not careful. There have been several accidents lately that have interfered with our work. Then when you visit, I can't read this, you could stay in the Chinese room. We've just bought some new furniture for the room. We're just waiting for the wallpaper the day before we move everything in. With all of the distractions and the schedule, by the time I finish writing this letter, I'm sure we will have completed the rent renovations altogether. I'll try to get it into the mail before... Into the mail before? Oh, this letter. That's what you're talking about. It still says marathon day 1? How dare. Should we fix that? I just realized it still says that. I'm so sorry. Hold on, let's try to fix it. There we go. Now it says marathon day 2. And we are back on track. Lovely. Thank you for telling me. I wonder if in the future cursive will be as good as a code for future generations. I feel like, can people still read cursive? I just couldn't read it because, like, the graphics are so bad. I can see forever. Oh, the duckies. I hate showing off my desktop. It's so messy, but there we go. Dear Rose, how are you doing? I haven't gotten messages from you in some time. I hope life is treating you well. Last I heard of, you were in the middle of planning some sort of crazy scheme to buy an old Victorian mansion. So whatever became of that? Did you buy it? Now you can afford to do something like... Now how can you afford to do something like that? That sounded so judgy. Who did you find as a partner to help lead this plan? I hate to admit it, but I haven't been up to a whole lot lately. Life around here has been pretty dull. Nothing too great is happening here, just a bit of the same old, same old. I need to fall into wealth, fame, and fortune so I'll have more to write about. I hate this so much. How's your cat and that friend of yours, Abby? Friend. Last time we spoke, she talked a lot about gold and its great spiritual significance. Maybe I'll follow your lead and take on an ambitious project of my own. I could use the money. I hate this. I've been saving to drive out west to visit you. An adventure on the road could be just the key to motivate me. If some of the rumors I've heard of your buying this house are true, I'll definitely have to come and visit. I'll use the excuse of coming to visit to check out your new investment. I'm hearing Chinese I'm learning Chinese and also considering taking a trip to Beijing. A friend of mine, how are you taking a trip to Beijing if you have no money? Stop complaining. A friend of mine sent me a poem she wrote in Chinese the other day. Now I want to go there. Well, enough rambling. I've got to go, but I hope to hear from you soon. Yours truly, Hugh. I don't like this. This seems like a, man, you're doing so well, but I'm not. Like, what a horrible friend. Same, Hugh. Same. He's trying to break her and Abby up. I see it. There's some sabotage happening there. Alright, let's see who we can call. Let's call home. 3555-3739. I like how Hugh is just throwing motive everywhere.
True residence, Hannah Groon speaking.
Hi, Hannah.
Nancy, how are you?
I love Hannah.
And how's Rose?
I didn't realize she was so young. How old is Rose? You're only as young as you feel, so, I mean, she could be young, but I definitely thought she was...
I didn't realize she was so young.
Like, in her 40s.
Doesn't she look great? You'd never think she was a day over 50. I met Rose at the River Heights Community Theater after she retired from the school district.
Okay, so I said
Don't you
she
remember?
looked like she was in her 40s.
was
She's in her
working with us
50s,
too.
okay.
You met Abby yet?
Yes, she thinks the house is haunted.
Abby has always been a little dramatic, but Rose tells me she really believes in that spiritualism stuff. A waste of time, if you ask me.
Hannah, why so judgy?
Rose mentioned some
Oh my
accidents she's
gosh.
been having. What do you know about them?
She doesn't say much, but I know they've become worse and worse. That's
How
one of
old
the
is
reasons
Hannah,
why
then?
I asked you to visit her to see if everything is all right.
Maybe they're the same age. And Abby is like 20s? Like, yeah, Abby definitely looks like late 20s, early 30s. I would never say Rose was around the same age.
Do
Interesting.
you suspect there's something more to
The wiki
these
says Rose
accidents?
is middle-aged.
I don't know. Rose is under a lot of pressure to open that bread and breakfast on time, and I'm worried that it may be too much for her.
I imagine the mansion was very expensive.
Rose spent her entire life savings on the house. If this doesn't work out, she won't have 30 more years to earn the money back. Well, I should let you get back to your
How do you
renovation
know?
work. Thank you for calling.
Hannah, what do you
There's
know that
probably
we
no
don't?
reason for concern. But be on the lookout for anything unusual. Goodbye, dear.
Well, I don't like how you cut me off like that. I thought I had more to say, but let's call Bess. Abby's in early 30s, Hannah is unknown. Gotcha. This is either 40 or like 80. It's too hard to
Bess.
tell.
It's Nancy.
We're about to meet
Hi,
him,
Nancy.
so
George is
we'll
here.
figure it out.
Let me put her on the speakerphone.
Nancy?
Hi, George.
Hey, what's up?
I'm in San Francisco, helping a friend of Hannah's renovate an old Victorian mansion. She wants to open up a bed and breakfast. Unfortunately, some strange accidents have delayed the project.
Uh-oh.
Well, get this. One of the owners, Abby, thinks the place is haunted by a ghost named Valdez.
A ghost?
Oh,
Well,
wow.
I'm glad I'm not out there.
Lewis
Sounds
is
like
also
another
middle-aged.
case is in
What
the
is
works.
So
middle-aged?
tell us more about what's been going on.
Do you know anything about the house's history?
Because Hannah said she doesn't look a day over 50, which means Rose is like 50 or in her 50s. Is that what middle-aged is?
I met the resident handyman, Charlie. He's pretty young, and I don't think he has much experience.
Maybe he doesn't charge very much, so he's probably a good bargain for Rose.
Or maybe he's just cute.
Bess, is that all you can think about?
No.
That giggle, though. 45 to 65 is middle-aged. Okay.
Can you guys give me a clue? I'm not sure what to do next.
We'll be more than happy to help.
But it might be more fun to figure it out on your own.
Have you met everyone?
See if Rose has any information on whoever is working in the house.
She probably has a schedule on her desk.
She
I should
does.
get going.
Let's go
Talk to
meet
you
some
later.
other people.
Goodbye.
Alright. Rose is actually dating Lewis in the book, so... Oh, that's creepy. In the game sense. So maybe it would make sense that she's in her 20s, 30s. Oh, okay. I have to read the book. Hello? Okay. Thank you. Let's see if Lewis is here. Aha! Man of the hour.
Hello. I was so wrapped up in my book, I didn't hear you come in. My name is Lewis Chandler.
I hate this man. Lewis looks older than 45 in my opinion. I mean, yeah, I definitely thought he was like late 50s. I just ordered my fried chicken. Yes! Love it. I'm 30. I need to convince a friend to say, you look so good. You don't look a day over 75 in a group setting. You should do it. It's
I
amazing.
didn't mean to startle you. I'm Nancy Drew. I came out to help Rose and Abby with the renovations.
I want...
Yes, well, I'm very glad
Like,
you're here.
I hate Lewis so much, but I do aspire to have his posture. Like, I could never sit like that the entire day. You know? He's probably got, like, great, like, back muscles.
Are you a friend of Rose?
Yes, I'd like to think so, but I'm an antique dealer, and a client told me that Rose and Abby had recently acquired the estate. I'm an authority on the Victorian era, so they were only too happy to let me use the library in exchange for my advice on the renovations.
I hate listening to him talk.
You must know a lot about the house's history.
Actually, I'm a bit in the dark about this particular property. However, as far as Victorian mansions go, I don't see anything remarkable about this one.
Abby thinks the mansion is haunted.
Does she? There have been
Does
documented
she?
cases of hauntings in older mansions. And I might add, not all of the hauntings were by friendly spirits.
Do you think a ghost is causing these accidents?
Accidents? I know Rose has mentioned some inconveniences like that wall covering and the light supplies, but I would hardly call those accidents. I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy at the moment, and although I'd like to talk, I really don't have the time. Please, excuse me.
The people in this game have really poor excuses for exiting a conversation. I'm very busy right now. Please leave. Lewis, can we feel your back muscles for science? I just need to know. Ooh, some fancy books.
It won't fit.
Your hand, I'm sure. Nancy, I'm sure that won't fit.
It's stuck.
Oh no. What else can we look at? Legends of San Francisco. Lizzie Applegate, well loved by San Franciscans both for her cultural and humanitarian contributions. Lizzie Applegate was a talented actress and songwriter who began her career entertaining miners at local gold camps. In 1880, Lizzie wrote and starred in the tremendously successful play The Bandit's Treasure, whose cast included Norma Denfin, Lenore Scost, and Pam Doree. This initial success was followed by a string of other hits, including The Riddle of the Chinese Box, The Fire in the Phoenix Eye, and Rainbow's Gold. Way to go, Lizzie. Hey, I'm back. Welcome back! What's going on? We're, I think we've met everybody for Message in a Haunted Mansion, and we'll start solving the mystery now.
When the four-sided box loses its border.
Let's draw this, and it's like that. Okay. Cool. Getting all the symbols. Ooh, there's a book. Okay. Upright player piano. I love that in these games, if there's a piano puzzle, it like gives you the keys in case you don't know. That's so nice. By the 14th century, keyboards contained all of the naturals or white note keys. As early as 1361, examples of the familiar key composition found in modern pianos were depicted in the visual arts. There we go. Ooh, I'll take that. Thank you very much. What is this? Also known as the Firebird, this mythical giant bird occurs in the legend of many cultures, including Chinese, Arabic, and American Indian. Every 500 years, the bird builds a great nest and sets it on fire to rise forth from its ashes. Interesting. Who do y'all suspect? Ooh, good question. I definitely suspect whoever called me on that phone and was like, "Herbla, herbla, herbla, herb." I don't know who that was, but it was them. Let's see if anything moves in here. I'm trying to look at the curtains. You guys said the curtains move, and now I'm worried. It did it. It did the thing. I don't know why it always creeps me out every single time. But how does that move? I want the curtains to do something. Do something crazy. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Goodbye. I've never seen that. No. That was terrifying. Oh no. I'm a little sweaty now. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. That's the one that scares me. It's the curtains. I've never seen the curtains before. No. No, no, no. That was Pool Boy on the phone. I suspect Nancy. She's completing tasks and being clumsy, and Rose just forgot she hired Nancy, so she's convinced it's a ghost. Yeah. That I feel that.
I see you.
What the heck? Absolutely not. You do not see me. You do not know who I am. Alright, let's paint scraper this up.
It's locked.
Oh no. Right, so scary. That was terrifying, guys. I don't think I'm okay. Oh. Hey,
How are
Rose.
the tiles coming along?
I'm all finished, but you should know what I found.
I'm sure it's very interesting, but unless it's really important, I've got other things to worry about. Let's see.
It is
Any
very
interesting things?
important.
There's a dumbwaiter in the hallway that's not working.
Do you not want to know what I found? Like, at all? Like, you do not care what I found in the house that you just spent a fortune on? You don't care? The house that you insured for $1 million?
Where did Abby find those papers that are in the parlor?
She told me they were in her room, which surprised me since it was completely empty when we moved in. Now the room you're staying in was crammed with furniture. I think most of it was original with the house.
How did you find Charlie?
He just showed up one day. It was really odd. I remember Abby and I were in the basement talking about hiring someone to help us. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang and there stood Charlie, looking for work.
That's a weird coincidence, though.
How do you know Louis?
Rose's
Stopped
neck,
by one
though.
day to introduce
I
himself.
can't.
He seemed awfully curious about our property, but he's an antique dealer specializing in the Victorian period. He's been extremely helpful advising us on authentic decor.
Have you heard of someone named Lizzie Applegate?
Why is everyone so condescending in this game? I don't know. I feel really bad. Like, I'm bothering everyone.
Go.
Take care.
I love these games, but some of the contrived dialogue to keep us telling characters relevant info really bugs me. Yeah, I don't understand why we would say certain things. Like, you're telling all your secrets. Okay, fix the dumbwaiter, she said. It'll be fun, she said. Let's go. How do we fix it? Actually, wait, what time is it? Wait, I feel like everyone's gone now. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you're gone. We don't need you here, Charlie.
It's stuck.
Of course it is. And we can't use the paint scraper.
It's stuck.
Not good enough. Okay. Let's see. Haha! Key. How do you fix the dumbwaiter? Answer, you don't fire him. 5 reasons this is an overrated game. You think this is an overrated game? 1, it's locked. That's number 1 reason this is overrated. Got a screwdriver. Heck yeah. Handyman Nancy. I actually don't think this game is overrated. Maybe that's a hot take. But I don't think people talked about this game enough.
Stuck. It's stuck.
What? Alright, well, let's look around. Did you check the piano bench yet? And I missed it? Nope, we are checking it now. We are finally here. Swanee River.
Hidden beneath a river of colors.
River. Writing it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing 6 more symbols, guys. Keep your eyes peeled. 2, it's locked. 3, Ned is lying about who he is. Ned snuck into this game. Oh! I clicked too fast, but that door just shut on its own. Valdez, I am done playing these games. Please stop. Whee! Let's go up here. Sure. Why not? Let's just go in there. Number 4, chores. I like the chores, though. Honestly, I like a to-do list. I like a task. Golden Gate Gazette. Oh, frick this baby head. Frick it to heck. I hate this. I think there's an Easter egg here. Like, if you open and close this, is that right? Like, it does something? Did I make that up? Me and every Nancy Drew game just opening and closing things to see if I get something. Come on, there's gotta be something. Give it to me. The Easter egg won't appear until the end game? Oh no! So I can't just do this over and over and get something? I gotta wait? Okay, I gotta unlock something else first, and then that will be an Easter egg. Okay. I always miss the clue in the piano bench, and at the end I end up screaming the whole through the whole mansion, "Where is River? Where is the river?" It's in the piano bench. I cannot read this. What does this say? We dined with the something in a strange quarter of Shanghai, known as, maybe? What is that word? Known as the Enchanted Dragon. What is this long M word? It looks like it might be like Maupificent. I just played this game last week, never found River. Oh no! It's in the piano bench! It's hard to see. White Wolf is underrated. Ooh. Which games do you guys think are overrated and underrated? Because I could agree White Wolf is underrated, but it also depends on, like, your personal preference, because I feel like people don't like White Wolf because there are a lot of chores, and if you don't like chores, you will not like that game. I like cooking and doing chores, so I do like White Wolf. But I do think, yeah, for the most part, underrated, but again, personal preference. Like, depends on why you're playing the Nancy Drew games. It's number 3 on my list. My paintbrushes keep falling out. Number 3 on your ranking list. White Wolf. I do like White Wolf. It's pretty fun. Unpopular opinion, Alibi and Ashes is underrated. I agree with that. I actually really like Alibi and Ashes. Thornton Hall is overrated. I said it. I do like Thornton Hall, though. I could agree. Maybe people like it too much. I do feel like a lot of people do point out the issue with Thornton Hall, though. it doesn't really make sense, so I could see it. Overrated. Love Alibi and Ashes. So fun. I love all of them for all different reasons, so I do think they're like, it has a lot to do with personal preference. Alibi's great until all your friends disappear. Yeah. I mean, I'm one of the tiny population that puts Shadow Ranch at the bottom of my lineup. That is true. We've talked about this in previous Sleuthy Summers, that you don't like Shadow Ranch. I almost said Shadow the Water's Edge. Shadow Ranch. Alibi and Ashes is one of my faves. It's just so wholesome. I really do like it. Magic Marley, how are you doing? Alibi's top 5 for you. I like it. Thornton should have delved deeper into the Civil War plot. I agree. I wish, as much as I like Thornton Hall, I wish they did more with it. There's so much you could have done with that game. And the story. Okay, I think we can go. Oh no! Ash. I love Ash, and Thornton Hall is overrated. Yes, more Civil War. Alibi and Ashes has one of my all-time favorite characters in it, Alexi. Alexi's so great. Oh my gosh, love it. So now that we have this iron, I guess we can fix the dumbwaiter. Turn around, Nancy. Is it downstairs or up here? Downstairs. I actually don't know what I think is overrated. Because I love all of them. But I think that I don't like Curse of Blackmore Manor as much as most people do. I do like it, it's got good puzzles, but I think that I am not as fangirly about Curse of Blackmore Manor as the majority of the Nancy Drew fans. It's alright, I enjoy it. Blackmore Manor is my fave. So yeah, people love it. More power to ya. I think it's just one I don't like replay. Like when I'm like, what am I gonna play as a Nancy Drew game today? It's not the one I pick. Lexi has great sass.
When the eye of the phoenix is in your hand.
The eye of the phoenix. Okay, got that one. We've got another tile. Now what should we do? We fixed that. Rose, what else do you want? Unless it's nighttime and she's not here. Oh, she's still here. She's working. Did I not fix the dumbwaiter?
I can see you're busy. I'll let you go.
Thanks for your help.
I thought she asked me to fix that, and I fixed it. Why? Hello? Well, fine then. And how will you be paying for the foss you broke? Alexi. The sass. The authority. We love him.
The spirits wish to speak to you, Nancy. Yeah. Tonight, I will channel their energies to deliver a message. Meet me down in the basement, if you dare. Please
I've never been able to play 7 ships.
Really
We'll play it during our marathon, but we will address why it is
here
problematic. But we'll play it, so hopefully you'll be here for that stream.
Gaze into the crystal ball. It will answer all of our questions.
Ooh.
Who has called me forth from the great beyond?
We have. Are you the spirit known as Valdez?
I was once called that in the world of the living.
Are you the spirit who has caused these accidents?
I have come back searching for her, my wife.
My wife.
Where can she be?
The spirits have spoken. The seance is over.
That was so quick.
We've got a busy day tomorrow, and no more time for these games, Abby. And make sure you blow out the candles on your way up. I don't want to wake up and find the house on fire.
Lovely. Oh, I hated that. Okay. Let's see. I guess we can go to bed. We should just go to bed. Nighttime for everyone. Alarm. What time do people wake up? Let's say 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. That's fine. Set.
Morning, Nancy.
That's also what I do when I wake up. I tell myself good morning. Let's see if she updated her notebook. Labyrinth of Lies is underrated. You know what? I will agree with it because I hated Labyrinth of Lies when it came out. Like, I just did not like the game, and then I forced myself years later to, like, really focus and, like, do everything in that game, and I actually enjoyed it. So, I could say that's underrated. Love this considering a lot of ghosts don't know they're dead. Why so many? Why is C so uptight about them? Oh, Charlie, is that who C is? Charlie? Why is Charlie so uptight? House haunted? Once a hotel, Golden Gardenia, E. Valdez, Abby Seance, secret attic? Rose, owner of the house, $1 million insurance policy. Believes in ghosts. Valdez, seance, hoax, or too young, inexperienced for work. Nancy, you were definitely younger than Charlie. Or at least the same age. Why does she think Charlie's too young and inexperienced for working here? Like, she's a detective. Isn't she too young and inexperienced for what she's doing? Judgy. Antique dealer, that's all we know about Lewis. Great. What time do normal people wake up? Nancy Drew is not a normal person. When did I wake up I think I woke up at 8 this morning? I slept in. It was really nice. I'd love Abby to have been doing the seance in the Sherlock Holmes game. Probably no murder then. Sound of a woman crying. No! There's a shadow! Lies! Absolute lies! There's nobody crying. There's no crying in a haunted mansion. Oh my gosh. Abby,
I hope
why
you
do I know
realize
you
now
did
that the
this?
spirits are with us. These ghosts are here to stay.
Gasp.
I'm convinced that this house is haunted. I'm just not sure who is responsible.
Isn't it obvious? Senor Valdez and his wife, long-lost soulmates, wandering aimlessly in the netherworld, returning to this house to search for each other. I only hope that one day I will be able to reunite them so that they may find peace.
What kind of person is Charlie? He seems to feel
What
bad
kind of
about
person
all
is
his
he?
mishaps.
Ugh, it's clear to me that Charlie's totally responsible for the accidents. Who else could it have been? He's a really nice kid, but he has no idea what he's doing. Unfortunately, Rose doesn't want to fire him. And there's something suspicious about him.
Ooh, what do you mean? Spill the tea.
What do you mean?
The other day, I was down in the basement working for over an hour, and suddenly he sneaks up on me. I bet he was down there the whole time, watching me.
Ew. Abby was just having a little cry. Don't judge her. A haunted mansion sounds like the perfect place to have a cry. I agree. If you're gonna cry somewhere, go cry in a haunted mansion.
Have you seen the poem in my room?
Oh,
Ned
I
is
love that
sus.
poem. Listen, my child, to this story of dreams. How does the rest go? It was there when we bought the place.
Do you know much about Lewis? It must be great having your own expert on Victorians.
He owns Chandler Interiors, a very reputable antique store. I'm sure his clients will be quite interested in our bed and breakfast once they hear about our resident ghost.
How long have you known Rose?
A couple of years. She has good business sense, but I think she needs to think more about advertising. Otherwise, we're just like all the other
They've known
B&Bs
each other
in this
for a
town, and
couple
believe
of
me,
years.
There's plenty of them.
I want more about their history and
I
background.
saw those papers in the parlor. Where did you find them?
Right in my room. They're so vintage. I'm going to ask Louis
So
if he can get me
vintage.
some
Did you
antique
see
frames
those
for them.
papers?
Rose and I can use the letters in our historical display.
Was there anything about the house in them?
I don't think so. I really didn't go through them that much. I did find this old picture of a woman dressed in men's clothing. I think it was taken in the entryway by the staircase. I sent it to a photographer to have it restored.
Do you have
Interesting.
any idea who this woman might be?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Really? Okay. That is so unhelpful. Why did you tell us in the first place? But yeah, women in men's clothing, how scandalous. The women do not belong on the stage.
I heard someone crying in the hallway. Was that you?
I told you the spirits were interested in you. Was it a woman crying?
Come on, Abby, we know it was you crying. You don't have to pretend it was a ghost. What? Why are you upset? You can tell us anything.
Yes, it was. How did you know?
It must be one of our phantom residents.
This is gonna be my go-to excuse if anyone catches me crying. Oh, it wasn't me. It was a ghost.
Do you know who this?
I'm not having a mental breakdown.
Well,
I promise.
me
It must
crying
be.
out
It
there.
must be some spirit.
Did the house come with a lot of furniture?
There were a lot of pieces and knickknacks left behind, like the books in the study, your bed. I think it was too large to take out of the room.
I'll let you get back to what you were doing.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. She's upset because she found Rose's love letters with Hugh. Oh no. Abby, it's okay.
Hello.
I can see you're busy. I'll let you go.
Oh, so there's more than one now. There's more than one phantom. Yes. I think there's like a flickering light situation somewhere over here. Is there not? I feel like something happens. See, there gets a point where it's like, did my childhood brain just make up something, or do these things actually happen? Like, there's gotta be a way something like flickers or moves
Hey,
around.
Nancy, I see you survived Abby's seance. Man, that Valdez guy sure sounded creepy.
Did he?
I guess. Were you down here then? I don't remember seeing you.
Rose told me all about it. So how are things coming along? Anything I can help you out with?
Why did we just gloss over that, Charlie? Rose told me about it, but anyways, how are you doing? Heal World, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Have you met Louis Chandler?
And the Cordry
What do you know about
just
him?
got home
He's an
from a trip to
antique
Sam's
dealer,
Club.
I think.
Nice.
I guess he does consulting work for Rose, like on Victorian furnishings and stuff.
Can you tell me more about the accidents?
I'd really rather not talk about that right now.
Have you ever heard of someone named Valdez?
I've heard of a Diego Valdez.
Diego.
He was a wealthy rancher who lived in the 1800s. Yeah, I just read a book on him for my history class.
He's in history class, guys.
Was he from San Francisco?
No, he was sort of a hermit and never married. But he was extremely generous. He gave away thousands of dollars.
How do you like working for Abby?
She's not bad. She can be a little weird. I think she gets on Rose's nerves sometimes.
I was very honest. She's a little weird.
What do you mean?
She always does a disappearing act whenever Rose needs her to do some work. And I think Rose is sort of hatty, you know?
Oh, relationship problems.
Abby thinks the house is haunted. Do you?
I'm not sure. Let's just say I wouldn't rule it out. But that's Abby's department, not mine.
Have you seen the poem in the Chinese room?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. It almost sounds like there's a hidden message in there, you know?
I'll let you get back to your renovation.
Later.
Yay. Good, you? I'm glad you're good. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How old were you when you discovered Nancy Drew? I was in elementary school. I want to say like first or second grade. Like I don't remember. How old are you in first or second grade? I've played them for so long, and honestly, I started with Final Scene and then got into the books and then the rest of the games, and now it's an obsession. Yeah. I was 7. Yeah, I feel like around that age. What's 7? 7 is like definitely elementary, like first, second. I feel like I'm so far removed from like school time that I don't remember how old I was when anything happened. So I fixed this. I don't understand why Rose isn't telling me, great job, you're amazing, thank you for fixing the dumbwaiter. I thought she told me to fix it. Which it's fixed. Okay, let's go see Lewis. Is he here? Potentially not. I think he gets in at noon, so I think we've got some time to snoop. Let's see, let's see. Snoopy time. All right, lessons in chess. Great. Login name. Lewis. Password, bootyhead. Oh no! Well, that just defaulted to a maze, so we're gonna cheat. I'm gonna put the map down here for myself because ain't nobody got time for that. I saw something the other day that said if you still say ain't nobody got time for that, you're a millennial and you're outdated, and I was very offended, but also I will never stop saying that. Rude. How do you get the map? You push M. It's the, just hit M and then the map pops up at the bottom and then you don't have to wander around aimlessly. It just shows up. And then you can take all the correct turns, except me who does it wrong every time, even though I have the map. Ooh. This isn't right. Where are we going? No, that is right. Me not trusting the map that's literally right in front of my face. This way, and then this way. This is a really good security system, Lewis. I'm really glad you put this on your computer. I think it's really helpful for people to not hack into your computer. That's a wall. I still feel like the map feels backwards to me sometimes. We are proud millennials, as we should be. I'm okay with that. Yay! We did it. Okay, so San Francisco City Guide, hotels, Cyan Palace, Pomodoro, Golden Gardenia Hotel, that's us, Il Palazzo. Laptop, his password is Antiques. How original, Lewis. So he's Lewis Antiques. Briefcase, I feel like that's important. 4653-4868. What else do we have? He doesn't have a disc or a CD. And we can't print anything, and he has nothing in his trash. Great. How lovely that he gave us nothing. So true for the rest of the game. Yes, Lewis, give us absolutely nothing. Can we back out, please? There we go. What else can we do? We only have 2 of these tiles. Oh, no, we have 3 tiles. We have 3 tiles. Whoa.
It won't fit.
I thought we only had 2. We're much farther along than I thought. Aha! It weirds me out that I told you I was a millennial my whole life, only to find out in college that if you're born after 1995, you're Gen Z. Is that true? That's the cutoff date? I feel like I'm a good mix. I think I'm right on the line.
Listen, my child, to this story of dreams.
But again, I'm like such a firm believer in, like, I hate the generational stuff. Like, just be what you want to be. There's no such thing as, like, acting your age or being your age. Like, just do you. So we got child. Let's peek through here. Okay, that booty is so flat, though. Lewis has no ass. He got sass, though. Just no ass. Okay. He's hot.
That's it.
Lewis, are you in
I'll be right there.
That stance, though. I'll be right there.
He's hiding something in his briefcase.
Wow. Never gonna give you up. I was born in 96, but grew up with dial-up. I think that means I'm more millennial. Yeah, I don't know what that, like, where the generational line is, but I don't care. I think a good mixture is always fun. Alright, let's open this up. What are you hiding? 4, 6, 5, 3, 4, 8, 6, 8. Ooh. Yeah. We should make an ass versus sass graph. We need a full chart, because we do this all the time. We like try to rank people on ass versus sass, but Nicholas Falcone will always win for me, so I feel like it's like pointless. It's like Nicholas Falcone is the benchmark. Through our own voices, an oral history of Chinese immigrants in California.
Gumbo Fu? What's that?
My name is Wing Tang. I was just 19. When I was just 19, I worked as a grader on the Transcontinental Railroad and saw the two great railroads meet at the Golden Spike. I came back to San Francisco in 1871 and worked as a chef for Miss Applegate for many years in the Hotel Chinois, and then at the Golden Gardenia, which we called Gumbo Fu. I remember the Great Earthquake and how it shook the tall buildings like stalks of rice. The Great Fire destroyed so many buildings and people. Okay, that's important. Gumbo Fu. The assiest and the sassiest. That's the goal. You have to have a good ratio of ass to sass, you know? Charlie Ned is hiding his ass because he knows Nancy would know that booty anywhere. It's true. That's why you can't see it. Dear sir, I represent a client who would like to sell their collection of post-Civil War gold bullion. My client wishes to remain anonymous during all business transactions, and I am having difficulty determining the nature of their collection. From what I can gather, my client possesses approximately $50,000 in uncirculated bank standard gold coins dated between 1870 and 1880. These would have been issued by one of the 5 major banks that were located in California at the time. Please contact me at your convenience. I am available during the mornings and evenings. Respectfully yours, Lewis Chandler. Okay. What else do we got? Victorian antiques. Hidden treasure in our homes. Uh-oh. I have consulted and worked on the restoration of hundreds of California homesteads, ranches, haciendas, and mansions dating as far back as the 18th century and have always found some sort of hidden treasure. Some are quite ordinary, a stash of old tiles, a secret compartment filled with keepsakes, but others have proved to be quite extraordinary. My recent work in Los Arboles Ranch in Santa Freda uncovered $20,000 in gold bullion that has been hidden away during the Spanish-American War. Alright, so there's definitely treasure here. That's what he's after. He wants that money. Money, money. Rick Arlen. No, I thought we got rid of him. Rick Arlen back with a vengeance. No. Soap star heartthrob Rick Arlen has renewed his contract with Worldwide Broadcasting, but admits he had misgivings about another season with Light of Our Love. It was a very difficult time of my life, the actor admits. There were a lot of things going down, and I don't know if it was time to move on. Rumors have persisted that Arlen has been a victim of a stalker and that a teen detective named Nancy Drew was on the case. However, neither Rick nor the show's producer, William Pappas, had any comment. Miss Drew had recently been what? Had recently been what? Don't talk about us behind our back like that. Not Rick the Ick. It's Rick the Ick, guys. It's not good. We don't need him to come back. Chandler Interiors. Fine Victorian furnishing and collectibles. I mean, look at him go. True businessman. Alright, I think we've seen enough. We've done it all. Let's go, do what now? Phone calls? I need to know what Gumbo Fu is. 15235553739. Let's call Hannah, see if she knows. Yas Queen. Rick the Ick. Ugh, I hate
Drew
Rick the Ick.
residence, Hannah Groon speaking.
Hi, Hannah.
Hi, Nancy.
I think we gotta scoop pretty quickly after reading this article, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like he can come into that room if we take too long. I think.
Abby's very strange. She really is convinced there's a ghost somewhere in the house.
I don't know Abby very well, but I never felt comfortable with her. I can't put my finger on it, but she just seemed, well, I don't know, like she wasn't who she really was, like she was putting on an act.
Uh-oh, Hannah thinks that Abby is shady.
Do you think Rose should be concerned about Abby?
Oh, no, I didn't mean it in a bad sense. Abby has always been very helpful to Rose, and they've always gotten along very well.
Way to backpedal. Does anyone have the Lego succulent set? No, but it's so cool. Does anyone actually have it? I want to know. I really want to get like one of like the Lego plant sets.
I met Rose's handyman, Charlie.
I just found out it exists and ordered immediately. Yay.
Young fella
I hope you have fun with it.
on the edges. I believe she said he's studying history at a community college.
Atomic, how are you doing? Is this Nancy's voice? Who else does this lady play? Oh, Hannah's voice? I don't know if, does anyone know if Lonnie Manella did Hannah's voice as well, or is that someone else?
Has Rose said
We can also look
anything
at the
about
credits.
him and the accidents?
Nothing particular. I know she's concerned that Charlie may have inadvertently caused some of them, but she doesn't think it was intentional.
Did you know Rose has a resident expert on Victorians?
Oh, yes, Rose has mentioned Lewis several times. She's really fond of him and is very grateful for his help.
Oh?
Oh?
Between them and
I have it, it's great. I have all the Lego plant sets. Oh my gosh, that's
Tell
so
Rose likes
cool.
him very much.
They look really fun, like, to put together, and then they're really pretty too, so I wouldn't mind, like, putting them on display. I feel like some Lego sets, I'm like, ooh, do I really want that, like, on a shelf somewhere? Whereas the flower, like, plant sets look so cute.
Have you heard about the seance Abby hosted for Rose and me?
Seance? Good heavens.
Right?
Has Rose ever mentioned someone by the
Hannah's
name
so
of
judgy.
Valdez?
No. She never mentioned the name.
Okay, we're missing 4 symbols, by the
I
way.
just found a hidden attic. I wonder if it has anything to do with all these accidents.
Perhaps it does. Nancy, keep this a secret until you get to the bottom of these strange events. Don't even tell Rose. The less everyone knows, the more you can investigate without creating suspicion.
Lewis is up to something. I saw him take a book from the library.
How dare he take a book from the library?
What was the book about?
I like that that's how she leads that off. He's so suspicious. He took a book from a place with books. Can't believe it.
Lewis's
Scandalous.
mentioned that this house was once called Gumbo Foo in the 1800s.
That's nice, dear. I have no idea what that means. But give Emily a call. She knows all about San Francisco legends.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
should
let's
get
do
back
that
to
then.
Goodbye.
Don't work too hard.
All right. Oh, I guess Emily's not. We don't need. We just 555. 555367. Let's call it Emily. Apparently, she will know.
This is Emily.
Hi, Emily. It's Nancy Drew.
Nancy Drew?
Love it.
I haven't heard from you in ages. How's Hannah in River Heights? You're not in San Francisco, are you, my dear?
How did you know? I'm excited. It's Sleuthy Summer. I found you about this time last summer. So fun. Oh my gosh, how has it already been a year since we've known each other? That's so crazy. I'm glad you're here for this summer too, though. We're actually doing double duty this weekend because I won't be here next Saturday. So we're gonna do this and Treasure in the Royal Tower today, and then Final Scene and Scarlet Hand tomorrow. So this is gonna be a Sleuthy Summer packed
I'm
weekend.
helping one of Hannah's friends, Rose Green, renovate this wonderful
I'd give June
old
pre-medallion an
Victorian
8 to
mansion.
9 for
Bed and
sass.
breakfast.
I could see that. 8
Seems
to
to be
9.
the trend these days. I'll bet you're staying in the Haight-Ashbury district.
I just need to meet Hannah in a future game. I would love that. I really wish we could meet Hannah.
I'm not sure. The place is located on California Lane. 4653, I think, is the number.
You know, you're lucky you caught me at home.
I've been traveling most of these days, but after that crazy tour of Egypt. By the way, riding a camel is not as easy as it looks. My editor gave me an assignment right here in town. It'll be on the Dragons of San Francisco.
I hope you won't be riding them. What were you doing in Egypt?
Riding the Dragons of San Francisco.
Pyramids, bazaars, the Sphinx. But what are you up to, Nancy? Why'd you call?
I have so many questions, Emily.
Can you tell me about the Chinese writing system? I seem to come across a lot of Chinese symbols.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me. The Chinese have been an important part of San Francisco history for over 100 years. The symbols are called Hanzi, and each one represents a particular thing, or an idea, or an action. You find them all over on business cards, takeout cartons, artwork.
Interesting.
I found some old papers in the house. Plus a
Seatbelts, everyone!
V Neptune, how are you doing? Welcome to the struggle bus.
It's hard to find
We
documents like that before 1906.
Sorry, Emily, didn't mean to interrupt you. We struggle through games, but we have a good time, and right now we're in the middle of our Nancy Drew marathon. How are you doing? Love to see new people play Message in a Haunted Mansion. This is so much fun. Every year we play all of the Nancy Drew games, so we're on day 2. Where we'll play this one and Treasure in the Royal Tower in just a bit. I feel like we're getting about halfway through this one already.
Louis Chandler?
Nope, never heard of him.
Have you heard of an actress, Lizzie Applegate?
Oh, sure. She was a good friend of Lotta Crabtree, another popular actress in the late 1800s. As I recall, she opened up a big hotel. What was it called? The Hotel Mandrake or the Oriental?
Interesting.
I forget.
Was it in this neighborhood? Is it still around?
Oh no, this one was downtown. It was very big, but I think it burned down.
Have you ever come across hidden rooms in Victorian mansions?
I don't think we've found a hidden room yet. We just found an attic, right?
Many houses were only partially rebuilt after the Great Earthquake, closing off damaged rooms from the rest of the house.
Dexter needs a high SAS score. Dexter is my favorite Nancy Drew character of all time, and yes, he's got a very high SAS score. Honestly, he might have a really high ass score. I don't think I've... Oh, yep, we do get to see it. There is an angle. We'll see it in just a bit. A couple hours from now, we will be full view of Dexter Egan's bootay.
Do you know what the words gumbo foo mean?
Sounds Chinese to me. Why don't you ask everyone what they think it means? It may have something to do
Someone
with the
just
house.
opened a door.
In the meantime, I'll ask my friends about it. Gumbo foo.
Do you know anything about Valdez?
I don't think so.
Dexter, well, Egan.
I should get going. Goodbye, Emily.
Goodbye, Nancy.
Alright. She'll look into gumbo food for us. Amazing. Okay, so let's, I have forgotten to do a couple of things, so let's try to do those. And then we'll, that was me after I had Popeyes the other day. So, let's go do some more snooping, because I forgot to do this, and we can, like, pop that bad boy off and get a key. I don't know why I always forget to do that. I think that happened last year, too. I was walking around trying to figure out where that key is. Got it this time. Alright. So, if we hop on up here again... What is your most unpopular opinion of Nancy Drew? Oh, that's a good question for everyone. What is my most unpopular opinion? I don't know. I think maybe my most unpopular is that I like Ned. I really like Ned Nickerson. I think that he and Nancy don't make a good couple, but I don't think that Ned and Frank should be together. And I feel like a lot of people are Francie fans, and I'm not. So maybe that's my unpopular opinion. I don't know. That might be it. Me after my lactose intolerant ass decided to have a milkshake. I feel it. Bandit's treasure.
Something hidden here.
Is there? So I'm thinking this is B, A, B, E, G, A, G, B, E, G, A, G, B, E, G, A, G. Lovely.
Is there more to this music than what I'm seeing?
Is there? I don't know. Scarlet Hand is one of the better games. Ooh, is that your unpopular opinion? I don't like Scarlet Hand, I'll be honest. That might be one of the ones I just don't ever enjoy. But people who like Scarlet Hand, like, really, really like that game. That is unpopular to like Ned. I don't like Ghost Dogs. I think the forest map is terrible, and the plot is underwhelming for the subject matter. Ooh, hot take. Ghost Dogs is also another one I put very low on my list. I think that Nancy is the toxic one in the Ned-Nancy ship. I agree. Nancy is definitely the problem, but I really like Ned. And I would rather just, like, Ned and Nancy not be together, but that doesn't mean that I want Nancy with Frank, if that makes sense. The Bandit's Treasure. Okay, what else do we have in here? That letter shall serve as an introduction for my faithful employee, Wing Tang, who has been in my service and head chef for over 10 years. We did read about him in that book. And that is signed E. Valdez. E. Valdez. Ooh, another one. Treasure in the Royal Tower is way overrated in my opinion. Ooh, yeah, we were just talking about which games are overrated and which ones are underrated. Treasure in the Royal Tower. We're about to play it. I still like Treasure in the Royal Tower, but I do think it is purely nostalgia that makes me like it.
I know that the beginning is more difficult than it seems.
And Dexter Egan. And Hotchkiss. I do like Hotchkiss. Okay, we got beginning. So we're missing Moon, King, and Gold. Those are the symbols we're still looking for. White bread Ned likes Diet Coke because regular Coke is too spicy. Ned's not even in this game and you guys are already roasting him. Unfair. Don't do my boy Ned like that. Alright, let's go to the basement. I think Deception Island is overrated. I don't know why, I just have never loved it the way others seem to. Interesting. Yeah, I really do feel like I want everyone to play Nancy Drew because there's so many games and everybody likes their favorite game for a very different reason, and there are Nancy Drew games you like because you as a player prefer story or you prefer puzzles or you prefer characters. So I think there's something for everybody in the series. You don't have to like all of them, but yeah. So it's very interesting to see what people think is overrated or underrated because it's completely personal preference. Basement. What time is it? Is he gone yet? He's almost gone. Let's go this way. Ooh! That's my favorite spooky thing. She's not here. Can I just walk in? She's not here. What time is it? What? Oh, we got some time. She won't be back for a while. She's reading some Old West romances. Lizzie Applegate. Again, Marie Oakes and Tennessee Sam. Who's that? Maybe it's her dad? Who is that?
Something's missing here.
Well, let's try to open it up. Why does she have surveillance of the hallway? This is beyond crazy. Her man friend, unless Rose and Abby are lovers, I can never tell. I can't either. I do ship her and Rose, but maybe that is her man friend. I don't know. I don't know her life. Oh, you don't have a picture of a 70-year-old private pilot sitting sitting on your bedside table? I sadly don't. Maybe I should. A haunted group A. What in the world, Abby? Abby. This is too much. Okay. Let's put this back before she finds out that we took it. Or let's not. Let's hang on to it. Why not? Let's just walk around with that. That seems fine. Surveillance is a good idea, but not in your room. Yeah, probably not. I feel like that just makes her so suspicious. Oh my gosh, she can see into the hallway. Why is her goal to scare people? The Zodiac and you. Alright, the Chinese horoscope is organized on a 12-year cycle, with each year assigned to a certain animal, with the origin of these animal signs. While the origin of these animal signs is unclear, many believe that they were named by Buddha. Before he departed from Earth, he summoned all the animals, but only 12 came to bid him farewell. As a reward, he named a year after each one in the order that they arrived. First came the rat. Way to go, rat. Ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and then boar. I'm the boar. I'm a little piggy. I feel like that checks out. Does anyone know what year they are? What animal? This room is a vibe. I do like this room a lot too. Andy, how are you doing? I want another Nancy game in the style of Old Clock. Ooh, I think that'd be fun if we went back in time. Rather than, like, the current year. Fortune telling for business popularity? Her Interactive Publishing. Her Interactive, why did you publish this book? Fortune telling for business popularity? There's no way. Like, who would write this besides Her Interactive Publishing? Got a knife. And then another man. Why does she have so many pictures of men? Who is this? Maybe that's her brother. Or maybe her second lover, I don't know. I'm an ox, which tracks. Also a piggy. Yay, piggy pals. How are you doing, Pocket Potato? Oh, moon. We got moon. La la. Like that. Moon. Okay. I'm an ox too, a rat. What's wrong with the rat? The rat's cool. The rat was the first one there. Okay, let's head on out.
I should return the spider so Abby doesn't suspect anything.
Why? I want her to suspect something. I want her to come at me, because she'll know that I know what she knows. I want her to fear me. Am I annoying? No. Why would you say that? Stop talking about yourself that way. Gross. You're not annoying. No one here is annoying or anything negative. I'm a piggy too. Piggy pals! Love the piggy pals. Here's the truth. The rat asked the ox to carry him over the river to meet Buddha, and just before he could reach the shore, the rat jumped onto the shore so he'd arrive first. Ooh, that's the tea. What in the world? I'm a dragon, apparently. Ooh, so cool. I always wanted to be a dragon. I feel like that would be so cool. But I've embraced the piggy. Let's see. Is Charlie down here? Ah, he's gone. Okay, time to snoop. Time to snoopy snoop. Oh, we should actually save. I haven't saved in a long time. What should we call it? I'm gonna call it Piggy Pals because that's what we're talking about right now. Piggy Pals! Dedicated to all my piggy friends. Alright, let's go.
It's so dark in here.
Don't worry, Nancy, I got this. Do we want to fall down the hole? Should we try to?
Hold on. I can't see where I'm going.
I love killing Nancy. I don't know why it's so exhilarating. I'm surprised she didn't hit that pipe on the way down. Alright, let's try that again. Light. Let's skip the hole there and then pop in back here behind the bar. People think I talk too much. If you think you talk too much, then there's no hope for me. I don't shut up. Pro story of my life. Alright.
The king of the sky will shine his ray.
Alright, the king of the sky will shine his ray. So we're just missing gold. Where's gold? It's the only one we need. I remember being so frustrated by that death when I was little. I remember getting angry because I didn't know what I needed to do and that I needed a light. I was like, why does she keep falling? Term paper. Oh, let's check that out. San Francisco postcard. Dear Mom and Dad, sorry I haven't written in a while, but things have really been busy. I'm working now, fixing up an old house. I'm learning a lot, and I'm very proud of the work I'm doing. I'm still in between places, so I'll let you know what my address is once I settle down. Say hi to Grandma. Charlie. So Charlie just been living here? Do people know that he's living back here? Behind the bar? Fried chicken acquired. Heck yeah. Oh, my fried chicken's gonna be here in a little bit. Okay. I'm excited. We need Hotchkiss fried chicken. El Diablo. Not much is known about this masked bandit who plagued the Domingo Baca Trail between 1875 and 1880, except for his trademark black outfit and mask. Many legends associate him with the Great Christmas Robbery, but contemporary historians now believe the robbery was fabricated by the Stagecoach Company, since the treasure has never been found. Alright, Charlie, what are you doing reading about El Diablo? What are you doing here? This is a little shady. This is a little shady. Is there a food theme for Sunday? So tomorrow is Final Scene and Scarlet Hand. So I was thinking popcorn for Final Scene. Someone had suggested that last week. I thought that was cool. Popcorn for like the theater. But I'm trying to think of what would be the theme for Scarlet Hand. I'm taking suggestions. So now that we've done that, let's, where's the piano? The piano's down here. How did I completely miss that? The piano. B, what, I think? B, E, G, A, G. Yas. Popcorn. Perfect to have some. Oh, and weird cookies, yeah. Cookies from Oaxaca. That'd be good. My love, here is the key you'll need. Okay. The key we'll need. Doo-doo-doo. Lucky 13th, how are you doing? Welcome to the streams. Lovely to see you. Does Scarlet Hand have a mention about cookies from Oaxaca or something? Yes, we got Oaxacan cookies in Scarlet Hand. I don't know if I can whip up some cookies tonight, but maybe I can if I've got some time. Chocolate, corn, tomatoes, potatoes. So many things from Mexico. Yeah. I'll have to think on it. I'll have to prep whatever it is tonight. What was I doing? This. Keep losing my train of thought. Popcorn and tacos. I bet you could find Mayan-style Mexican food somewhere. Oh, I bet I could. Yeah. The thing is, like, we start so early, so I don't want to eat food, like, for the first game, because it's still, like, breakfast time by me. So I feel like by the second game, I can get food, so maybe I get tacos. That sounds good. Alright, we're gonna stick this on this. The Bandit's Treasure. Find Diego on stairs. Diego on stairs. Has anyone had queso Oaxaca? I have not. Should I make queso? I actually think I have stuff to make queso, so maybe. Also a good suggestion. Alright. let's see. Sounds good. I feel like any of these suggestions sound really good. Whatever you decide, it's always fun to see you continue the Sleuthy Summer tradition. Hope you have a wonderful one as always. I think this is just such a fun year already. We're only 2 days in, but we're killing it. Diego on the stairs. Diego on the stairs. Just after I said we're killing it, I immediately forgot what we were doing. Alright, we need to spell Diego. Okay. Let's get that G. Uh-oh. There's the O. Diego. Coins. False. Lore. Bing, bing, bing. We did it. Okay, so we got this little fun thing. Wonder what that's for. Just order patacos from Taco Bell. Ooh. I'm not opposed to patacos. I feel like Taco Bell's not authentic, but I do love a good pataco. Patacos and queso? Like, sound really good, honestly. I haven't even got my fried chicken yet, and I'm already thinking about tomorrow. Diego, I've waited so long for your return, but have kept our treasure true. Is that what that says? I wish that they wrote this nicer. I can't read half the things in this game. Here is the tool you'll need to find it. May your rainbow never run out of luck. E. The stars and moon will shine on you as you begin your quest. Travel to the cornered something all from east. Visit all, maybe? Visit all from east to west. Then journey back into the center, where you will surely see the sun shine over all the land in perfect harmony. Reading cursive. The thing is, I write in cursive and I can read cursive. This is just so sloppy. Come on. Have good penmanship, please. By the way, those 2 Easter eggs will unlock as soon as you return the ruby to the Phoenix. Oh. That seems very close to the end for that to happen. Interesting, because I definitely thought this one,
It's locked.
thing was up here. The box? They actually remembered all my food this time. A good day. Oh, I'm so glad. When does the stream start? Because I have to go to church in the morning. It starts at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. So that is 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern? Yeah, noon Central. I don't know where you guys live. I'm so sorry. We're all across everywhere, and I don't understand time zones. Ooh, what does this do?
Whoops.
Oh, whoops.
You did what?
I unhooked the chandelier and it crashed to the floor.
I can't believe it.
No wonder Rose asked you to leave.
Why are you guys yelling at me?
Sounds like you really goofed up.
Just don't vandalize the next house you stay in, okay?
Especially if it's ours.
Did we just lose our friends? Why were they so angry? George is like, don't ever come to our house. How dare you? Chandelier disrespect. You done goofed. George, there's no reason to yell. Why was she so angry? Oh my gosh. I'm Central Time. I live in Texas. That's why I say y'all a lot. I'm from Texas and I don't say y'all. I don't know what it is. I never picked it up. I guess I'm not originally from Texas. I don't know if I can say that. I lived in Texas for most of my life, though. I've never said y'all properly. It sounds weird. out of my mouth. I feel like it's so nice when everybody else says y'all because it seems like it's such a comfort word. I love other people saying it. It's so southern. But I feel like when I say y'all, it sounds weird. I say you guys. Hello? Okay, so we need to do what now? Heck if I know. I wonder if Rose will talk to me now. She hasn't talked to me in a very long time.
Hello.
Hello.
Have you found any rainbow designs?
Bless your heart, you don't say y'all.
No. Not that I can remember.
Do you think Charlie is responsible for these accidents?
Abby thinks he is, but I'm not sure. I really trust in him, and I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
There's every reason to yell. That was probably an original crystal chandelier worth $250,000. Probably was. It's probably a very expensive chandelier. But why is George mad at us?
Does Charlie live around here?
He told me he just moved here from Iowa, but doesn't have a place of his own yet. He said he's staying with friends.
You mean the ghost friends in the basement? Because sure.
Do you know what gumbo foo means?
No. Not that I can remember.
I can see you're busy. I'll let you go.
Goodbye.
I like y'all for the gender neutrality of the term. I do too. I really do like it. I feel like I've always said you guys, and I never know if that offends anyone that I say guys, but I think it's just like a natural thing that I've said my entire life. Maybe I need to start adopting y'all. I feel like it just sounds really weird coming out of my mouth. Guilty by association. Georgia is friends with Rose. He's staying with Valdez downstairs. Yeah, that's his friend Valdez. Okay, I really don't think I think we might need to go to bed, honestly. Yeah, because Charlie's not here. He doesn't work until tomorrow. He's probably hanging out in his little secret room. Yeah, let's go to bed. Let's do that. Trying to keep my brain cells in order and it's not working. I'm from Pittsburgh. I say yins? I've never heard that. Yins went ahead to Pamela's. Bring your water shoes. We're going to the crick after. I need to hear someone actually say this properly for me. I've never heard that before. That's so fun. Okay, I don't think we have anything exciting in here yet. Okay. Alarm. Let's go talk to... I'm thinking Lewis and Charlie we do need to have a chat with. So let's say 12 p.m. Let's see. That Philip guy has redeemed 2 truths and a lie. Alright, let's play. Can you put like all of the things into one box so that we don't lose them? 2 truths and a lie. I'm ready. One is I used to be a theater kid. We need the other 2. I want to figure out what the lie is. I always like this because we learn something new about each other. And everyone can play. Okay. Oh. Hello? Pittsburgh is also where they say buggy and slippy? What is buggy and slippy? I need to go to Pittsburgh now. What is happening with you guys over there? Oh no! Leave the mansion now. I don't think I will, actually. 1, I used to be a theater kid. 2, I love Shattered Medallion. And then what's 3? Theater kid, Shattered Medallion. We need a 3rd one, and then we gotta figure out which is a lie. I've got to head out to decorate some picture frames with the shells I collected last week while on vacation. Oh, so fun. We hope you have a great rest of the stream and enjoy Royal Tower. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Felicity. Thanks for hanging out with us. Go enjoy some decorating frames. Sounds fun. Slippy is slippery. Well, see, now I just want to say Slippy instead of Slippery. That's way better. Buggy is a shopping... Oh, like a shopping cart. Okay, a buggy. Gotcha. Buggy is a shopping cart and Slippy is slippery. I want to go to Pittsburgh now. Just to listen. I want to absorb this information. 3, I was in a play called How I Became a Pirate. Okay, theater kid, Shattered Medallion, How I Became a Pirate. So I feel like How I Became a Pirate and the theater kid might be hand in hand, so maybe those are both truths, and the lie is that you like Shattered Medallion. I'll go ahead and say 2 is the lie, Philip. I love Shattered Medallion. I don't know if anyone loves it. That's the thing. I think that's the lie. I'll stick with it. I love Shattered Medallion is the lie. If anyone else wants to play and guess which of those 3 things Philip is lying about, go for it. And then whenever you're ready, just let us know which one is the answer. All right. I want to go to all these extra rooms. What was I doing? I was going to go talk to Lewis. Lewis, my friend, I need... I have things to do! This is so unnecessary. Should we just let it... Should we just let it burn down?
Fire! 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 It's too late.
Oh no! No one loves Shattered Medallion. Lie. The lie is 1. I'm still a theater kid. Oh, got me there. I guess I am still a theater kid at heart. So I feel like you were never not a theater kid if you ever once were. So, love it. Oh no, a fire. Okay, wait, gotta get the fire extinguisher again. Let's actually put it out this time instead of screaming fire a bunch.
I talked to everybody in the house, and none of them can figure out what caused the fire. Maybe I should take Lewis's advice and cut my losses before it's too late.
Now, why would you do that?
What advice?
He has a client who might want to buy the place. Someone with more experience and money to finish all of the renovations.
I hope one day well, maybe I shouldn't wish this upon myself, but I hope one day if I do see a fire that I just have the ability to stare at it and say, fire, 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 and let the place burn down. I think that'd be great. True Nancy Drew moment.
Say?
They think the fire was caused by
It's
sparks from the
too late.
fireplace, since it doesn't have a screen. And I specifically told Charlie to buy one. How could he have forgotten? No, I am bound and determined to stick with this house no matter what. Nothing can drive me away. I don't care if it's fires, earthquakes, or Mr. Valdez with his gang of ghosts.
No,
Excuse me
that
for prying,
ghost
but
gang.
Why did you spend so much money to insure the house against fire?
For protection. I've put my entire life savings into this house. And if it goes up in smoke, I'll lose everything.
I can see you're busy.
Well, glad you got that $1 million insurance plan then. Jeez. I still want these lights to flicker. I feel like it happens. Nancy is the exact opposite of The Sims, where they're panicking and she's just going, fire. Yeah, the Sims freak out. Like normal people. Okay. Lewis, I haven't seen you in a while. I feel like we did that on purpose, though, because I'd rather not see you, but... Gotta progress the game.
Ah, Nancy.
Oh.
What a shame to have lost those papers. And to think that we almost lost the house. Rose is very fortunate to have you here.
Did you hear anything in the parlor before the fire started?
Seatbelts, everyone!
Pocket Potato, welcome to the Struggle Bus officially. So happy to have you.
Anything.
Were the papers very valuable?
Not for my purposes, no. But
That
they
noise,
must have had some
no.
sentimental value.
Oh my gosh.
I was wondering whether
I think
you
it happens
knew
at night, the
anything
light
about
flicker?
Someone
Cool.
named E. Valdez.
E. Valdez. No, I've never heard of that name. But I'll jot it down and let you know if I come across it anywhere.
What kind of antique store do you own?
It's a gallery, not a store. And it's called Chandler Interiors, specializing in the Victorian period. I have clients from all over the world, and if I don't have what they're looking for, I find it.
Was
Wow.
this house once a hotel?
That's hard to say. The house has been renovated many times, but several of its original features, such as the saloon and staircase, seem to indicate that it may have been a hotel. Unfortunately, there are no records on this house before 1906.
Do you think Rose should sell the house?
I leave that decision up to her. She's put an extraordinary amount of time and money into it, and I'm not sure if she can afford what it'll take to complete the renovations. But whatever her decision, I will assist her however I can.
Do you know
I feel like
what
he just loves
gumbo
listening to himself
glue
talk.
means?
Where did you hear that?
Oh, a book?
I came across it in a book.
No doubt the book I have locked in my briefcase. I thought someone had been in there. I think I'll need to have a word with Rose about this.
Nancy, I'm ashamed of you. Everyone in this house expects some degree of privacy, and you have obviously violated that trust. Your behavior is completely unacceptable.
Because I
No
read a
arguments.
book?
I cannot stand to have someone so inconsiderate in my house. I've arranged for Abby to drop you off at the airport. I'm sorry it has to work out this way. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Right. Let's try that again.
Ah, Nancy,
Oh.
what a shame to have lost those
Oh man, I
papers.
gotta have this whole
And to
conversation
think
again.
we almost
Whoops,
lost the
sorry.
house. Rose is
That
very
went from 0 to
fortunate
100
you.
so
Hear
quickly.
anything in the parlor before the fire started?
Nancy the
No, I'm
violator.
afraid not.
We
I'm
can't be
somewhat
violating people's
isolated
privacy
here.
like that.
With these thick walls, I barely hear anything.
These
Were the
thick
papers very
walls.
valuable?
Not for my purposes, no. But they must have had some sentimental
Women shouldn't be
value.
reading books in the Nancy Drew verse.
I was wondering whether you knew anything about someone named E. Valdez.
E. Valdez.
People
No,
expect
I've
privacy
never
with
heard of that
Nancy in the
name.
house.
But
First
I'll jot it
mistake.
down and let you know if I come across
That's
it
true.
anywhere.
Nancy's so snoopy.
What kind of antique store do you own?
It's a gallery, not a store. And it's
Literal
called Chandler
sabotage.
Interiors,
Rose, I sleep.
specializing
Reads a
in the
book.
Victorian
Rose.
period.
Real
I
shit.
have clients from all over the world, and if I don't have what they're looking for, I find it.
Was this house once a hotel?
That's hard to say. The house
Okay.
has been renovated
We've,
many
we've
times,
said
but
this stuff,
several of
but
its original features,
this time we
such as the
won't
saloon and staircase, seem to indicate
say that we
it
read a
may
book.
have been a hotel.
Offends
Unfortunately,
people.
there are no records on this house before 1906.
Do you think Rose should sell the house?
I leave that decision up to
Okay,
her.
let's try this again.
She's put an extraordinary amount of time
It's
and
a
money
gallery, not a
and I'm not sure
store.
if she can afford what
Yeah, I
it'll
hate
take
that.
to complete the renovations. But whatever her decision, I will assist her however I can.
Do you know?
Not even
what
your
gumbo
dead relatives are off
means?
limits when
Where did you
Nancy's
hear that?
around. Not the dead relatives. I read it in a magazine because I'm a girl. How dare I read a book?
I read about it in a magazine.
I see. As I recall, it means House of Great Books.
Oh.
After the Great Earthquake, many books and documents were stored in private homes to save them from the fires. The Chinese called those houses gumbo fu.
Do you know who Lizzie Applegate was?
Yes, I certainly do. She was a very popular actress in the late 1800s. She was very generous and left all of her money to the Ladies' Protection Society,
Oh.
What was the Ladies' Protection Society?
a popular charity in the early 1900s. They helped widows and orphans.
Alright.
Have you seen the poem in my room?
Oh, that one. Yes, it's just some cheap Chinatown souvenir.
How do you know? I feel like you're lying. That thing is gorgeous.
Do you know what a phoenix is?
Yes, it's a mythical bird-like creature that builds a nest every 500 years and then sets itself on fire to rise forth reborn from its ashes. It's a very popular symbol in the Bay Area. In fact, there's one on the main staircase.
Oh, you don't say. Hello, am normal teen. Only know talk on phone and read magazine.
Do you think Charlie is doing a good job?
Certainly. He's rough around the edges, but he's reliable and learns very quickly. He's just what Rose and I need.
I won't keep you any longer.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. If only there was a possibility that Nancy could have read that book before he put it in the briefcase, but the passage of time doesn't work that way, I guess. No, it does not. Sadly, we could not have seen that book before he was like, aha, I found it! And was super dramatic about that. Alright. So now that we've had this conversation, maybe... Have we talked to Abby lately? I haven't talked to Charlie in a while.
Hi, Nancy. I can't believe we had a fire. I can't believe it. I bet Charlie was down there before it started.
She just threw him under the bus. She's like, I can't believe there was a fire. I bet that was Charlie, though. You should check that out, though. Charlie definitely did that. No pause, no nothing.
Why do you say that?
Because he's always around at the scene of these accidents. I told Rose to fire him, but she won't listen to me.
Do you know what gumbo foo means?
Gumbo foo? I love gumbo. What kind of gumbo is gumbo foo?
Does Charlie live around here?
I'm not sure. He said he's between apartments. I think he said he's staying with friends until he can find a place of his own.
At least he's kept the lie up, and everyone agrees he's staying with friends.
You might want to ask Rose. He doesn't talk much about his private life.
Between apartments? That seems kind of odd.
Not for San Francisco. Rents are really high, and there are so many kids thinking they can find cheap housing out here. It's sad to say, but a lot of them end up on the streets.
I'll let you get back to what you were doing.
She said that so cheery. She's like, yeah, a lot of the kids just end up on the streets. Okay, Abby. Charlie, I'm trying to go to Charlie. Charlie. Are you actually staying with your friends, Charlie? Do you actually have friends, Charlie? Look at that face.
Hey, Nancy. I hear there's been another accident. You've got to believe me, I didn't have anything to do with it. I just hope Rose doesn't blame me for this one.
Rose mentioned the fire screen you were supposed to get.
But I did buy it. Lewis told me that it was the wrong type and said he'd get another one, so I returned it.
And that's all there is to it?
Everyone thinks I'm causing these accidents because I was always the last one there, but I had nothing to do with them. I can tell you this. There's something unusual going on in this house.
Oh, really? You don't say.
I better not say anymore. Sorry.
Charlie, I know your secret. I know you're living in the hidden room behind the saloon.
Please don't tell Rose. I have no place to stay.
How did you find the room?
I was homeless, camping out in parks. One day I was looking for a place to get out of the rain, so I ducked under some bushes and found this hidden panel that led to the secret room. Nancy, I didn't mean any harm. I just needed a place to live.
I really think you should tell Rose.
Yeah.
But
it's kind of creepy that you're just staying here
It's
without
a deal,
anyone
and I
knowing.
will tell Rose. What do you need?
What do we need? What do we need?
What other secrets do you know about this house?
I have seen some odd things down here, like Abby's seance.
Do you know what the words gumbo foo mean?
I'm not sure. I've never heard that before.
Who was the last person you saw in the parlor before the fire?
I've been working mostly in the basement, but I think I saw Abby go through those papers right before the fire.
Had you come across any hidden passageways down here?
You mean like a trapdoor leading to a room with skeletons or something? No, I haven't.
I'll let you get back to your renovation.
Bye, and thanks, Nancy, for keeping my secret. I'll tell Rose.
Thanks. Abby, Charlie sus. I think he got this job under false pretenses. I heard someone call him Ned. Who is Ned? Alright, I think I've asked everybody about Gumbo Foo. I think we've had that full conversation.
I'm glad you dropped by.
There we go.
You know, I wanted to tell you that you'll be alone in the house for a while.
While.
Everyone's going to the winter festival, and Charlie's studying for finals. I also took down one of the tapestries in your room for dry cleaning, and what was the other thing? Oh, a messenger dropped off a letter. I put it in your room.
Thank you. Why was I not invited to the winter festival, though? I feel like that's so mean and so shady. What is the winter festival, and why can't we go?
I can see you're busy. I'll let you go.
Bye.
A little rude, honestly. Why doesn't Nancy get an invite to the winter festival? That's what I'm saying! I feel like it's so rude. Hey, we're all going to a party, but you're not really invited. OG save mines. We were on the same page there. Okay. So I think now that everyone's at the Winter Festival, we can snoop around here. So, oh, nope, Lewis is still here. What are you doing here? Please leave.
Yes, Nancy.
Do you know why the fireplace in the parlor didn't have a screen?
No, I don't. No, I remember. I was to purchase an antique fire screen, but never found a suitable match. I feel just terrible. I must apologize to Rose about this.
You seem fine.
Good day.
You don't seem like you're beating yourself up about that fire screen that much. Okay, I was trying to sneak around in his room, but he's still there, so I guess let's go to Nancy's room instead. Whoopsie doodles. Beep, beep, beep. The tapestry is gone. Okay, look at that. I'd feel sorrier for Nancy if I didn't think that having free reign to poke around an old mansion for hidden secrets is her favorite thing ever. Yeah, she probably loves this. Okay, so we're gonna go in order. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse. That horse is so cute. Goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and boar. Haha. We're still missing a symbol, which I actually think we have already. Haha, there. Emily. I'm sorry I could not drop this off myself, but I'm out the door for a month-long photo shoot in Mexico. I spoke with my friend about gumbo fu, and she told me it means gold treasure mansion. She wrote the Chinese symbols below. Alright, so now we got our last symbol. Doot, doot, doot. Alright, so now we have everything to solve that puzzle. After you place the ruby in the stairs, if you go up to the iron box, you should see the thing. You could also get a phone call now in the parlor. It's difficult to trigger, though. Alright, well, let's do that. I thought we already got the Easter egg phone call. Isn't that the garbled phone call thing? I thought we already got it. Unless we're talking about something else, then absolutely I will go back in there and check. Oh man, I have to do this again. Are you serious? Tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. No, there's another phone call. Oh, I think I know what we're talking about, actually. Alright, cool. We'll try that, too. So let's see. Child. Oh, there. Beginning is like... spin. That's not it. That one's beginning. Beginning. Daughters is this one. 4. It's kind of like a little box. I think is this one. Fire. Moon. King. River is the 3 lines. And then gold is that one. Haha. It's a rare phone call, though even the Nature Easter Egg Wiki says it doesn't always trigger. Interesting. We'll see if we can get it. Our wedding day. Elizabeth Applegate, Diego Valdez. Last will and testament. I, Elizabeth Valdez, do hereby make this my last will and testament to my dear friend Nellie Beecham, my black onyx necklace and earrings, and the sum of $5,000 to my employee Wing Tang, the sum of $15,000 to my cherished secretary Mabel Craddy, the sum of $10,000, and to my beloved husband Diego Valdez, the entirety of my estate, my house, and its contents, with the exception of the bequests above. In the event that my husband Diego Valdez is not located after a period of 1 year after my death or is found to be deceased, the entirety of my estate, with the exception of the bequests above, are to be liquidated, and all proceeds of said transaction are to be provided to the Ladies' Protection and Relief Society. My dearest Elizabeth, I could never sully that sweet name by calling you Lizzie. Oh. You shall evermore be Elizabeth, my Elizabeth, the sweet, dear woman who has honored me with her enchanting presence and grace. Tonight, bride on yet another... Or I ride. I thought that was a B. Tonight I ride on yet another... something. Is that perilous? Perilous trip? But always to return to your beloved smile. Until then, please accept this bouquet of gardenias, your favorites, El Diablo. If he wanted to, he would. Ugh. So cute. You're reading that text like a pro. I'm a little jelly. Also, hello. Happy to be catching the end. I'm glad you're here, Brittany. What's going on? This text sometimes is just, it's rough. I gotta use context clues. For Midnight in Salem, we could do pancakes. We should. We should. The first couple games have some awful text. Yeah, they did not pick the font very well. My dearest Elizabeth, only one soul on this great earth knows the two secrets that circle my heart. My love for you and my secret identity. Know that my intentions are the purest in all respects. I am a modest man and all of the wealth... Is that my chicken? Is that my chicken? I think it's my chicken. We're not done yet. Hold on. All of the wealth that I have acquired by devious means are put to the best uses, all given to the poor, the misfortunate, and the defenseless. And so I am a poor, misfortunate, and defenseless man in the presence of your beauty. You have stolen my heart, dear Elizabeth, and all I ask is your hand in marriage to be mine forever, Diego. Alright, I might have to go get my fried chicken. The Shadow Ranch love story and the voice acted letters, though. Oh my gosh, it is so beautiful. I love it so much. Okay.
Something's missing here.
I think so. There we go. This sort of feels like to read someone's private letter, though. Most handwriting is atrocious. I feel like there's a few Robin Hoods in the game series. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, I do feel like this is... who else? I feel like most of these treasure ones, like, I like the love story, but this one is definitely like a Robin Hood type story, which is very nice. Okay, how do we flip all of these to sons? There's a trick to it. But I will click randomly until things happen. Click randomly is my go-to. Okay, I feel like it's, how does it go? It's like a little puzzle piece thing like this. It like goes like this, and then how does it go? There's some trick to it. It's like a 3-4 click thing. And now I can't think of it visually. Appreciate the lurk, Philip. How does it go? It's like this. I just start in the corners. Okay, so corner. And then what? Corner. I feel like this has something to do with the chess book we saw earlier. You were one click away. I was? Oh no! I'm sorry! I didn't mean to mess this all up. My house is finally cool enough that my cat came out of hiding. Oh, yay! You want the solution? It's 13579? Okay. Might have to do that. Oh no! Alright, let's try it. There's a pattern to it. It's, will you say 1, 3, 5? Oh. And then we're left with these 3. 9. Cool stuff. Try center in all edges or center in all corners. I never know if there's a trick to it. I think it's like I try to figure it out like the 3s like that piece together, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Dude, man, how are you doing? Poor kitties in summer when they has the melt. Okay, before I get into what might be my least favorite type of puzzle, slider puzzles, awful, let me go grab my chicken from outside so it's not just sitting in my hallway. I'll be right back. Fried chicken secured. Didn't know if like one of my neighbors was gonna get feisty and try to take my chicken. Been a minute. It has been a minute. How are you doing, team man? Welcome, welcome. Alright, I hate slider puzzles, but we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do it with dignity. Alright. This also seems easier. This might be a junior-senior detective difference. Seems like it. Doesn't seem to be as many squares as I remember. Random clicks, random clicks. We will get there with random clicks. Alright, we've got something happening. I don't know what it is, but it's doing the thing. Okay, we got that side done. Maybe? There's no way we did it that fast. By the way, yes, in junior mode, it's a 3x3 for both puzzles and 4x4 for senior. Amazing! I should play junior more often. Sliding puzzles wouldn't be so bad. It's definitely junior. I think senior is 4x4 or 5x5. I don't remember how we're saying it's a 4x4 in senior. I feel like it's like a 10x10. It's so difficult. That was epic. I loved that. That felt so good. I am pumped. Okay, we're gonna put the ruby in the eye, and then we've got 2 Easter eggs we can try to do. What's so funny? Share the joke. Alright. I. Wow! What does that mean? I'm gonna ignore it though because we're gonna try to do some Easter eggs. There's the phone call. Did you say I've fallen and I can't get up? What was that? Wow, Nancy has the sun on payroll. Like, how did the sun hit exactly what we needed it to? Alright, and then we can do the box Easter egg, which I was trying to do earlier. But we had to wait till the perfect moment. Let's see. Oh, that's not it. Baby head box. I think my mouse is in the way, but did you guys see that? Hoomst? Help! I hate that thing so much. And it's haunted me, and I didn't realize, like, that's how I triggered it, was to do it after the Ruby thing. But, like... Nightmare fuel. Also, why? That's freaky deaky. That's pretty bad. I don't like that. But they're the Easter eggs. Thanks, Friday, for telling us where they are. Jeez. Is that the first model of Ethel? Honestly, it kind of looks like Ethel. But I have no idea. Okay, so let's get to the end game now. Alright, we've seen the light shine upon this fine phoenix. I don't recognize her. She's saying help because she's trapped in that box? It's an early model for Abby. Gotcha. Red hair, was that Nancy? You know what? I would rather say it's Nancy. Help! Ugh, creepy.
Gold! And to think I was standing on it all along.
Too bad no one will ever find out about it.
Oh, he grew a booty though. Like he had a flat butt earlier, and it's like a little bit more.
In here.
You know?
I've got to stop him before he gets away.
He did grow a booty within the time that we've been playing this game. Oh, actually, wait. I kind of want him to run away. Let's
So long, losers.
And you just let him get away?
There was nothing I could
Ha
do.
ha ha.
I'm sure there was something you could have done to stop him.
Well, you probably had to act fast and didn't have enough time.
I guess this mystery's solved. Unfortunately, the bad guy got away. This time.
Alright, let's try that again.
Gotta stop him before he gets away.
Yay! Alright, we're gonna do a heckin' murder. Because this would 100% kill any human. This seems bad, but...
Hey! Get me out of here!
Dear Bess, I'm just about finished with my renovation work and counting out all of those gold coins. Lewis was behind all of the accidents, hoping to pressure Rose into selling the house so he could find the treasure himself. Although Rose and Abby may not have a legal right to the gold, the bank the coins were stolen from will still give them a reward for finding it. The house also has gotten a lot of publicity with all of the news stories, and the place is booked solid for the first month of its opening. I guess a haunted bed and breakfast with hidden treasures is all the rage these days, even if there are no such things as ghosts. I think. See you soon, Nancy.
Okay, but is the chandelier okay? That poor chandelier. I'm glad we agree we don't care about Lewis. Ooh. Okay, so it's like a Swiss mushroom situation with that fried chicken. There's a beautiful cross-section. Well, like, that looks like a hefty piece of chicken. So I'm pretty excited about it. Oh, sweet as the smell of fried chicken. Let's give it a go. We love us some fried chicken. I do feel like an icon now, like Hotchkiss. Alright, new game.
Hi there, it's me, Nancy Drew. You're just in time for my latest mystery, Treasure in the Royal Tower. Choose your difficulty level to start off. If you're new to adventure games, you might want to click the tutorial button first for a few tips on how to play the game.
Okay, so we'll stick with our junior detective run. Let's go.
Dear George, so much for my Wisconsin ski vacation. I arrived here at Wickford Castle last night, just before a blizzard swept in. The mountain is completely shut down, and the surrounding roads are closed. I think I'm one of the few guests who made it to the castle at all. The place is huge and old, and slightly creepy under the circumstances. You should hear this wind. What's more, the owner, Christy Lane, my father's friend, is away on business. I tried to ask the caretaker, Dexter Egan, how I could contact her, but he said he didn't know. Doesn't that seem odd? I couldn't help feeling like there was something he wasn't telling me. All this makes me a little nervous, but I'm determined to enjoy myself. After all, this is a vacation, right? I have big plans to explore the castle. That Ezra Wickford, the original owner, must have been quite a character to have built such an extraordinary place. It's filled with strange, dead-end corridors, for one thing. And I noticed one of the towers is totally different from the other ones. Of course, I'll have to save some time to meet Jacques Brunet, the French ski instructor.
We can
Tell
roast
Beth
him.
she'll be the first
We
to
should
know if
definitely
he's
roast
half as
him.
gorgeous in person as he looks on his website. So, George, I guess things never quite go according to plan. But at least this time, the culprit is just a snowstorm. Talk to you soon. Love, Nancy.
I realized I forgot to
Now
change
all
the
I
game.
need is a mailbox.
Give me a second. In the Royal Tower. Alright. I changed it so it should say what we're playing correctly on Twitch now. Okay. All I need is a mailbox. Locker 310. Okay, now I have way too much stuff on my desk. I've got food, I've got all the fried chicken. Locker 310. 517 as the code. Okay. That's that radiator sound. It's nostalgia. Room key. Sassy Detective Magazine. Fingerprinting 101. Using fingerprints to determine keypad access codes. What else?
Sounds like the radiator is broken.
Just a little. Oh, goodness gracious. Thomas. Oh, hold on, give me a second. Thomas is engaged sassy mode. I want to hear Sassen's opinion on fried chicken. Is that what this is? Fried chicken. I didn't even know you could fry a chicken. I'm just gonna take a bite. This is what you peasants enjoy. It's so crunchy. I don't know what this is. Okay, that's disgusting. Wickford Castle menu, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You can get all kinds of foods here. Baby back ribs with creature of the night barbecue sauce. Hot diggity, all you can eat fried chicken drumsticks. Only $10 for all you can eat? Be sure to follow Saslin is very rich on OnlyFans. Is Saslin on OnlyFans? I will download OnlyFans if Saslin's on it. Just because I'm nosy. Fried bologna sandwich supreme on white bread. With crushed potato chip sprinkles. Something smoking chili cheese dog. Anchovy heaven Caesar salad with eternity of garlic croutons. I didn't realize that that is the thing on this menu that sounds the best. The eternity of garlic croutons is really selling me. I'm getting anchovy heaven. What else do you guys want? I'm ordering for everyone. You might be getting an angry email from Saslin once she figures out what OnlyFans is. Oh no. Did you guys not tell her what it was? Oh no, she might not come back, guys. Saslin should do a hot tub stream on her OnlyFans. Oh, what in the world? Key lime pie sounds so good. Well, yeah, let's move away from OnlyFans. Key lime pie. Key to enlightenment lime pie. Amazing. We didn't have time to tell her. Oh no. She'd just go off on her own, like, business venture about OnlyFans without knowing what it was. Oh no. Email is too poor for Saslin. Expect her complaint by Carrier Falcon. Fried bologna sandwich, please. Okay, we got an order for fried bologna sandwich. I'll get the Caesar salad. We need to get a key lime pie. $10 was a lot back in 2001 when this game came out, when minimum wage was $7 an hour. That is true. $10 is a lot. It's still a lot, honestly. Welcome to Wickford Castle. In 1920, Ezra Wickford, the inventor of chocolate milk, dreamed of building a castle like no other. The project took 7 years, 132 carpenters, and millions of dollars, but by the time it was done, Wickford Castle had become an architectural marvel. Then, in 1945, Wickford mysteriously locked himself away in the castle and allowed the place to fall into a state of decline. After Wickford's death, the castle was closed down after many years, its fate unknown, until it was finally inherited and reopened by his great niece Christy Lane in 1990. Now, it is one of the most popular vacation resorts in the Midwest. That's so cool. That's so amazing. How do we spawn? Sasselin is sassy mode. It's a channel point redemption. The castle is a maze of corridors, and some of them lead nowhere. No one knows why Ezra included these dead ends in his castle design, but everyone agrees he must have had quite an imagination. Learn the story of the 18th century French tower. Oh, this is it. This is how we learn. During his travels in France, Wickford became so enchanted with the Chateau Rochemont that he bought his castle's grand tower and had it built into this castle in 1924. Few people have ever seen the inside of the tower because Mr. Wickford kept it sealed off. The tower is still closed, but in the coming months, Christy Lane plans to open it up to guests and offer guided tours. Miss Lane also plans to restore the vintage 1920s elevator to its original condition. That's so nice of Christy. Minimum wage is still only $7.25 per hour. I'm pretty sure that is what minimum wage is, right? We should start a minimum wage of $17.76 and call it Patriot Pay. $17.76. I love it. Okay. The elevator. Miss Lane is grateful to the Wisconsin Historical Foundation for their support in this project. Visit the library. Also, while in France, Wickford acquired the majestic library and many of its contents from the estate of Jean Leboeuf. The room is filled with antique books, both French and English. It's worth a visit just to see Marcel Bonnet's famous portrait of Marie Antoinette, which was imported from the Chateau Rochemont. Outdoor attractions. We're located just at the foot of scenic Butter Ridge. In the winter months, guests enjoy skiing on some of the best groomed slopes in the Midwest. In the warmer months, guests love the hike to Butter Lovers Lake. If they don't take you to Butter Lovers Lake, do they truly love you? I mean, that would be a lovely date night. A hike up to Butter Lovers Lake and a picnic. I love it. The mountain fields are covered with the region's magnificent wildflowers. Look for lady slippers, skunk cabbage, black-eyed Susans, butterfly weed, devil's paintbrush, toadflax, and more. No matter how you spend your time at Wickford Castle, you're bound to have an adventure. Yay. Imagine having the money to restore such an incredible piece of history and moving it to Wisconsin instead. Ezra Wickford is one of my least favorite rich people in the Nancy Drew universe. Yeah, I don't understand why he brought this to Wisconsin. The mom jeans are still here, though. That's the only thing that matters. Did that, and we can head on out. Okay. Time to meet our suspects. Who is sus and who can we trust? First of all, let's do Dexter Egan, my favorite character ever. Look at him! He's just working so gosh darn hard.
Hello, Miss Drew. Did you get squared away upstairs?
Yeah.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Egan. My room is charming, but I think there's something wrong with my radiator. It hisses, and there's a clanging noise, too. Would you mind checking it out for me?
Sorry about that inconvenience, but you're just gonna have to sit tight for a while. I'm the only one on duty while the owner's away. And around here, it seems like even if it ain't broke, it still needs fixing. Last time I checked, there were only 24 hours in a day. And now to make matters worse, there have been a couple of incidents.
incidents? Butter Lover's Lake was the lake Mr. Darcy emerged out of. Oh my gosh. Ezra Wickford is chocolate milk Bezos.
What kind of incidents?
Someone vandalized our historic library. Really turned the place
The
upside
library.
down. The owner, Miss Lane, she's gonna be pretty upset.
The historic library. The nightstanding to the right of the door is sus. I'm keeping an eye on it, as you should. Make sure
anyone want to
it's not up to
vandalize the
something
library?
suspicious.
I have no idea. I straightened up in there before check-in yesterday and everything was fine. Now it looks like a bomb went off. Books everywhere and somebody hacked a big hole in one of the walls. I locked the place up and called the police, but who knows when they'll be able to get here.
Wow, a hole in the wall? What do you think they were looking for?
I can't tell, but somebody's definitely after something.
What else has gone wrong?
Well, this Professor Hotchkiss just called me in a terrible flap, saying our room's been robbed. I went up there, but she wouldn't open the door to talk about it. Wouldn't even tell me what was missing. So what's she want me to do about it?
Sounds like you're swamped, Mr. Egan. Is there any way I can help?
Well, Hotchkiss has a pair of ski boots in the basement. The Frenchman's been working on them for her.
The
But he
Frenchman?
won't deliver them. Says he's a ski instructor, not a bellhop. I hate to ask this, but if you could grab those boots and bring them up to her, it might smooth her feathers. Sure would smooth mine.
So I understand that Jacques Brunet is a ski instructor, and I don't think I've ever fully thought this out, but he looks incredibly unathletic. Like, I really don't think he knows how to ski. He might be the definition of fake it till you make it, because I just don't see it. I do not see it.
Can you do something about my radiator?
Sorry, not yet.
So, how long have you been working here?
A while.
Okay.
A while.
See ya, Mr. Egan.
Bye.
Sorry about that inconvenience. So disappointed that Butter Lover's Lake isn't real. I want to film every romantic scene there. It's not real. It was real to me. What happened to Miss Scarlet in the study? There's actually a blurb in like the FAQs down below where you're watching this in the about section, but long story short, just made this other channel due to circumstances and I prefer it over here, so we just stopped streaming on Miss Scarlet in the Study. She's still in essence within me.
Hi, I'm Lisa. Did you hear what happened? Someone broke into the library and vandalized it. Dexter locked it up. He's saying the culprit must be one of us in the castle. Can you believe it?
Girl, I just met you. I didn't even say hi. You don't know who I am, and you just spilled all the tea. She's my kind of gal. Imagine being one of 2 employees in a hotel and refusing to help at all. I hate Jacques so much.
Yeah, Dexter just told me the library is a disaster area and that it's totally off limits.
Too bad, huh? I'm dying to see what they did to it. Don't quote me on this, but I think Dexter has an extra key to the library somewhere around his desk.
I guess you've really got your finger on the pulse around here. Any other castle scandal I should know about?
Oh, we got scandal, honey. Professor Hotchkiss is claiming she's been robbed, for one thing. But the real scandal is downstairs. His name is Jacques Brunet.
Ooh, what's his scandal?
What's the scandal with Jacques Brunet?
Va-va-voom. Scandalous cuteness, of course.
Oh.
Didn't you watch the last Winter Olympics? He's France's big cheese of skiing. He holds the record for the 500-meter slalom, but he totally choked at the games. I guess he's washed up now, but at least his looks haven't gone down the tubes.
I think we will be the judge of that. Do we think that Jacques Brunet is cute? We're about to go meet him.
So who's Professor Hotchkiss?
Can you believe
Oh my
it?
gosh! Wait till you hear this. Hotchkiss is this nutty old woman who's always typing and talking to herself in her room. I was walking past her door earlier, and I heard her screaming that her room had been robbed.
You said she's a professor. Do you know what she teaches?
I'm really not sure. She just kept wailing, "My theory, my theory." I think she teaches history, or maybe a foreign language. I thought I heard a couple of French words pop out of her mouth.
Interesting.
But don't quote me on that either. I only barely passed Spanish in high school.
Habla español?
Hardly. I'm just a humble photojournalist covering weird old mansions in the Midwest, and this place is one of the weirdest. Did you know Ezra Wickford, the original owner, shut himself away in here for like 50 years?
I wonder why he was so antisocial.
Creepy, right? I mean, did we stumble onto the set of As the Castle Turns or
wow.
what? Well, you probably want to get settled. I wonder what we're gonna do with ourselves while we're all cooped up in this place.
I'll let you get back to your magazine.
Stay warm.
Great, let's go see Jacques Brunet. We'll be the judge of how cute he is. Yas Frenchman. 10 out of 10. I mean, we'll see. I'll give him like a 7 out of 10. I like that that's his go-to pose when you scroll over him. Like, he's busy, but like the second you look at him, he's like, what?
Bonjour, mademoiselle. Je m'appelle Jacques Brunet. So, what brings you to beautiful Wisconsin?
I really hate that beautiful is in quotes. I bet Wisconsin really is beautiful.
Bonjour. Je m'appelle Nancy Drew. I'm here on vacation. What's your excuse?
My excuse?
We don't see his ass. Don't worry, we will. We will get a nice look at his entire body later in the game, so don't you fret. But we can judge sass for right now.
Yeah, what brings a professional skier from France to Wisconsin? Why not Aspen or Lake Tahoe?
I am here for Isabelle, mon petit chou. She's an American studying at the university in Madison, and I've asked her to marry me. That is excuse enough to be in Wisconsin, n'est-ce pas? And besides, I am not the first French work of art to end up here.
Ah, so you came halfway across the world for love. That's a
He just referred to himself as a work of art.
When's the wedding?
No.
As soon as possible.
Why are you so flustered?
Are you the eager one, or is she?
Do not ask me about the affairs of my heart, Nancy, or I would think you are trying to steal it. But tell me, how will you spend your time here, Nancy?
I didn't realize his nose moves so much. It's like aggressively jumping up and down.
I'm dying to have a look inside that library.
Yeah, not feeling him?
I heard it was vandalized. Do you know anything?
Nancy, a pretty girl should not worry herself with this type of thing while she is on vacation. I should warn you, Dexter is very protective of this place. He does not take kindly to people snooping around where they should not.
Around?
Thanks for the tip, but I think Dexter and I are going to get along just
I
fine.
hope so.
Get along just fine, you say? Ah, a woman who knows her own powers of persuasion. Elle est dangereuse, no? Ciao!
Back to his painting. His voice is just not it.
Ah, Nancy, comment ça va?
What's wrong with his voice?
Tell me about these boxes you're making.
When I am not skiing, I need some other way to express myself.
Oh.
So voila! I make these hot boxes for keeping secrets safe. I'm sure you have many secrets, Nancy.
No.
Lisa
No,
told me
thank
you
you.
were in the Olympics. What was that like?
Disappointing, frustrating, humiliating.
Oh, what happened?
It was the worst day of my life. To fall flat on my face with my family, my country, and the rest of the world watching.
Do you know much about the tower that's closed off? I heard the original owner imported it from France.
It comes from the Chateau Rochemont in a town in France near where I grew up. Marie Antoinette used to visit this tower when she was Queen of France. Until she lost her head in the Revolution, that is.
I need to bring Professor Hotchkiss her boots. Do you have them?
Yes, I fixed her boots.
Yes.
But you
Why
should
are
be
you so
relaxing
nervous?
by the fire, sipping cocoa, Nancy. Not running errands for Dexter.
I'd rather run errands for Dexter than talk to you, so.
I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Oh, hey. We got the boots. He looks so threatening standing there with his arms crossed like that. What, like that? Does that look threatening? Does he look like he might hurt us? I don't know. He's just standing there, menacingly. No. That is kind of scary. Alright. Let's get some notes going on what we need to do. We've got Hotchkiss's boots. We also have our locker number. 310. And the code is 517. Easy. Easy peasy. 7.
The combination is 517, but it's not working.
Why not? Jacques, my locker doesn't work.
Nancy, comment ça va?
Dexter told me the combination to my locker, number 310, is 517. I tried it, but the locker won't open.
Dexter must be confused, because I think that is the combination for number 311. Try 311.
I'll talk to you later.
Allez, bye-bye.
Why would he tell us to go try a different locker? Why not just tell us the combination to the one we were assigned? I don't know. Sorry, Jacques. I would love to sip cocoa, but someone won't do their job despite being 50% of the staff. Yeah, it's pretty bad that he doesn't do his job. Can't really be on vacation because of him. Rick or Jacques? Who is more hot? Neither. They both made me gag. But I guess Jacques is the lesser of two evils. So I'll go with that. Ooh. Whose stuff is this? Oh, it's Lisa! Or Helen Karp. Okay. Or Alina Boyd? Tanya Lee Gooding? Girl. What is this? What? Okay, so who really is Lisa? And she's got her letter written all in Spanish. After she told me she doesn't speak Spanish. Lisa? Do you want to tell me anything? Or are you just gonna keep your pretense up? Lisa. I'm trying to find that hotspot. There we go. Alright.
Hi there, how's it going?
Don't act so innocent.
So tell me more about the life of a photojournalist. It must be very glamorous at times.
Well, there's nothing glamorous about the pay, I can tell you that much.
There was a little mix-up with the lockers, and I accidentally opened yours.
Yeah, and?
I like how she's so defensive about it. She's like, and what of it? Knowing full well we know exactly who she is.
Well, I was kind of confused. I was just trying to see whose stuff was in there, and I found a bunch of IDs in your bag. They all had your picture, and other people's names on them.
A savvy photojournalist always carries a couple of alternate identities, Nancy. When you're working under deadline, you don't always have time to play by the rules. I'm sure you know what I mean.
Note to self. Lisa does not play by the rules. Okay.
Does your job take you to exotic, far-off places?
Well, there is a lot of travel. Too bad I'm so useless with foreign languages.
I'm dying to find a way into that tower. Where do they usually hide the secret entrances in weird old Midwestern mansions?
I guess I should know, shouldn't I? Too bad most of the places I've covered aren't any weirder than imitation butter. I wish you'd hurry up and find it, though, so we can check it out.
I'll let you get
I'll
back
let
to
you
your
get back to your magazine.
Later, Nancy.
Okay. So Lisa, a little sus. Jacques, a little sus. And Dexter, completely innocent. We love an old man. Respectful old man. Let's clarify there. Not all old men were created equal.
Yes, hello? Is that Jacques with my boots?
Actually, it's Nancy Drew. but I do have your boots for you.
Oh, good.
Boots are fine.
Thank you. Everything is fine. Just leave the boots at the door, please. Oh, and it seems I'm out of change. I'll just have to tip you the next time, Mandy.
I feel like that was a lie. She definitely has change. She could have tipped us if she wanted to.
It's Nancy, and I'm happy to leave the boots. But if you're not too busy, Professor, I'd just like to introduce myself properly and ask you a couple of questions.
Questions, yes. And proper introduction sounds lovely, but not now. Maybe later.
Okay, that is the icon, Professor Hotchkiss. We will see more of her later. We will not worry about it right now, though. Girl! She took the boots. She took the boots, but didn't even say hi to me. Rude. But an icon, so it's fine. Okay, what should we do first? Honestly, there's so much we can do.
Dead end.
Oh no, not the dead end. You know, I was just thinking, I feel like we just played this and I have nothing, like, to say because we've just played it, and we did. We actually played this recently. We had a Nancy Drew stream before the summer started, and this is what we played. So, what did we not do on that stream that I can do now? What about this way?
Yet another dead end.
Great. She's pretty sly. She is. Hotchkiss do be sneaky. Okay, so I got the boots to her, so let's go tell love of my life, Dexter Egan.
Can I help you?
About my radiator, Mr. Egan. Do you think you'll be able to fix it anytime soon?
Sorry, not yet. Hotchkiss called to report that she got her boots. But now I'm told that the light is out in the back stairwell. Could you check the circuit breaker in the basement and make sure it's working?
Yeah.
Okay. See ya, Mr.
I'll
Egan.
do it without
Bye.
complaining, too. For brownie points. Why complain? There's nothing I can do about it. Okay, so that's turned off, so let's go see if we can fix it. What should we push? Which buttons?
What is the meaning of this? Turn them back on. What is the meaning of this? Turn them back on.
No, I think I won't. I think it's those that we need to flip. Let's see. Did that fix it? It did! Haha! We are engineers. The best engineers.
Yes?
I don't want to pester you, Mr. Egan, but the radiator...
Thanks for dealing with the circuit breaker. Okay, we're really making progress here, kid. So, you go up to Hotchkiss's room and see what she wants for dinner. She's not answering her phone.
No problem, boss.
What is the meaning of this? Yeah, Jacques scared of the dark. Good to know.
Ugh, Virginia Woolf never endured such interruptions. Who is it?
It's Nancy again. Dexter needs to know what you want for dinner.
Oh, hard to think of food, Candy, when I'm riding the raging
name's not
rapids of my theory. Oh, right now, I have plenty of pre-packaged energy globules to keep me going. But tell Baxter that I am developing a powerful craving for couscous. Yes, couscous for dinner would be splendid. I'll have a nice tip for you next time, Fanny.
My name is not Candy, nor is it Fanny, but we will roll with it because icon. Absolute icon. Alright, she wants some couscous for dinner.
Yes?
The professor says she has a hankering for, couscous.
Couscous? Never heard of it. Tell her to order something off the menu.
Okay. See ya, Mr. Egan.
Fine.
Alrighty then.
Let's go grab a menu. I mean, why can't you do this, Dexter? I know you're busy shuffling through papers, but... Let's go grab her a menu. If he were actually our boss, he'd pay us I don't know. Most of Nancy's bosses don't pay her. I think we've discovered the origin of Nancy's refusing to take money for her hard work. Yeah, she even gets hired, like, as, like, someone who, like, tomorrow, she will be hired at a museum, and she will not get paid for it. And then that continues. Anytime she's hired, she does not get any money. So rude.
Is that my couscous already?
Sorry, Professor, but there's no couscous in the house. You'll need to choose something from the hotel menu.
Well, I don't have a menu. At least not from this hotel. Oh, be a doll and fetch me one, will you, Tata?
I have one.
Did you get the menu?
Sure did. How about opening the door so I can give it to you?
Oh, you're a sneaky one.
What did
Just
she
slip
think I'm
under
gonna
the
do to
door,
her?
please. Nice and easy. No funny stuff.
Here. Take it.
Baby back ribs. Yes. Oh, chili cheese dog. Fried bologna sandwich. I'm not usually much of a meat eater, but very well. 50 drumsticks, please. Chicken, that is. Cluck, cluck.
Sure. 50 drumsticks. Whatever makes you happy.
Rock and roll,
I
dear.
stuck with the chicken sandwich today, but I regret not getting 50 full chicken drumsticks. 50. 50 of them.
Can I help you?
The professor has changed her order. Seems she's developed an appetite for chicken drumsticks. 50 of them.
Okay then. Drumsticks we got. Oops. But I guess
Oops.
Jock better take that bag of chicken legs out
That
of the
is
freezer.
a lot of drumsticks.
Will you tell him?
Yes.
And then take the
Yes,
rest
it
of the
is.
day off, kid. Your radiator's as good as fixed.
Okay. See ya, Mr. Egan.
Thank you.
Bye.
He gave me the rest of the day off on my vacation. He was like, you know what? You deserve it. Take the rest of the day off. Even though you don't work here. Jacques, I need you to defrost some chicken.
Ah, Nancy, comment ça va?
Dexter needs you to defrost that big bag of chicken legs.
Oh la la la, what does he think I am? A sous chef?
No, just an employee who works here. Like,
I'll talk to you later.
A bientôt.
okay.
It's like the North Pole out there.
Well then, let's not go. That seems not fun to get trapped out there. I want to break into Jacques' locker, but I don't know his combo yet. What else can we do? Let's head back up to our room. Welcome back, Lily. Looking back, I'm legitimately surprised this game didn't involve Nancy cooking. Right? There should have been a cooking challenge. Haha, our radiator's fixed. Beautiful. Let's make this morning time. When do people get up? I don't know. Let's see what else needs to get done. Well, I guess we should have waited till Dexter wasn't there to
Did you see I fixed your radiator?
Okay. See ya, Mr. Egan.
Bye,
Okay.
kiddo.
Lisa's not here. Who else can I talk to? Why doesn't anyone want to hang out with me?
Ah, Nancy, comment ça va?
I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
I'm brain farting now. Let's make it nighttime. Let's do that. Let's do that. It's that message in a haunted mansion brain plus the fried chicken food coma about to hit me, so. Alright. Let's go upstairs. Trying to keep track of what we're doing, but I have OnlyFans written on my... Hello?
It's stuck.
My piece of paper, which I'm sure Saslin left for me, but... we're stuck! Yeet.
I'm not sure if I can make it.
I think you can.
Okay. Here goes.
You got it, Nancy. You got this. You got this. I don't know why I didn't grab on. Just... Okay. Did we meet my mother yet, Professor Hotchkiss? We have seen her through the door. She's kind of peeked out, but she hasn't fully emerged. Let's get out of here. Well,
it's locked.
Yeah, because the elevator's stuck. That's awful. Let's go try to fix it, though, because we gotta do everything around here. Can't just enjoy our vacation. Let's fix the elevator. The eccentric queen. We love Professor Hotchkiss. I can't wait till she comes out and we can talk to her. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, we're actually close to this thing now. Whee! Let's just go into some shafts. Yeah. Into the vents. Oh, oh no, oh no. Back up, back up, back up.
Okay, I hear you.
He's so cute.
Darn you, crazy old man. I know you hid that thing around here somewhere.
What are you looking for?
The least you could have done was left me a hint. I don't have time to clean this up.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to clean up. Everything is vandalized and ruined. So let's take a look around. He came in here, like, shuffled around with some papers and then was like, nah, I don't have time for this. Okay, let's take a look. The Diary of Hans Axel von Fersen. Was a Swedish-French soldier and diplomatic agent who became a close friend of Queen Marie Antoinette. What else do we have? Oh, look at that hole. Like, who did this? Why did they do it? An atlas of the United States. Of course he doesn't have time to search. He's busy not fixing our radiator. He did fix it. The radiator's fixed. But he is busy not doing his job. 45%. 45% north. 45 degrees north and 90 degrees west is Wisconsin. That's where we are. There's Butter Ridge.
Sure is dusty.
Yeah. It's very messy in here, Nancy. Thanks for pointing that out. Got some chests. True stories behind famous portraits. Marie Antoinette. Of the many great portraits painted by Marcel Bonnet during his career, none has fueled more controversy and gossip than this portrait of Marie Antoinette, which was completed only months before the revolution broke out. Look how cute she is. Let's make sure we've seen all the books. Purple-Hearted Queen. Traditional history books have seldom mentioned it, but there is ample evidence that Marie Antoinette's favorite color was purple. This was written by Professor Hotchkiss. This is not an insignificant fact, as some might think, but one that may offer great insight into the character of a queen who I believe has been hastily and unfairly judged, both in her lifetime and up to today. Purple is traditionally considered to be a color of majesty or royalty, but this does not mean it is merely a color of wealth and power. On a deeper level, purple symbolizes loyalty, dignity, wisdom, and truth. When Marie had her portrait painted by the master Marcel Bonnet, she chose to pose holding a purple rose instead of wearing the extravagant diamond tiara that King Louis XVI had given her. She knew that it would be insensitive to wear such a tiara at a time when the French masses were starving and angry. By choosing the rose, Marie acted with wisdom and loyalty to her people. As one of the last acts of her short life, Marie chose to wear purple slippers for her walk to the guillotine. Convicted of crimes for which she never confessed, crimes that were never proven, Marie accepted her death sentence with resignation. However, as she walked to meet her death in her favorite purple slippers, she expressed her unshakable dignity and her silent protest as to the truth of her innocence. Hotchkiss with the hot take. Hotchkiss. She liked purple just like I did. Let's see. Let's make this 90 degrees west. Pop this open. Now we got a new clue. -15, 10, -5. Which is for a different puzzle. Hashtag the purple kid. A sly rabbit will have 3 openings to its den. -15. 10. -5. It's so weird that they created this crown with jewels that never existed when they could have made the plot about the broken up pieces of the Dubarry necklace instead. It's similar enough that it drives me crazy that they didn't go in that direction. That is so interesting that they didn't. I wonder why. Oh. A key! I don't know how Nancy didn't burn her hand grabbing that, but cool. The castle's been empty for many years now. These hallways just echo in vain. And oh, how I miss you, my one-time son. My anger is dissolved into pain. I still don't know why you pilfered my wallet. The money could hardly have mattered. That $50 I have given you twice, but instead my poor heart you shattered. If only I could find you, we'd patch it all up, talk through it, as dad and son should. Perhaps you meant only to test my love. Perhaps you felt misunderstood. I want you to know that your old man forgives you. Old bygones are bygone with me. So I've left you one keepsake to remember me by. You'll sure be delighted to see. Go out to the garden, my old thinking spot, my refuge in hours of dread. Your luck charm is stashed where no stranger would look, in the back of my old troubled head. So this is goodbye, dear Dexter, farewell. You offered me much needed joy, and I'll never forget all the laughter brought me, my darling young rascally boy. Oh, that's so nice. So cute. Crimes against meter right there. But it was okay, it was cute. It was fine. When he was good, he was very good. Dexter, the sun in my life. Young buckaroo's certificate of service. Oh, Dexter. Castle boy. Wins state spelling bee. Best attendance award. School merit. First vehicle. Oh, certificate of merit. County recycling project. Father's Day. Dexter, what a cute kid. When he was bad, he was horrid. Dexter, when it rains, it pours. Dear Pop, I'm sorry for taking $50 out of your wallet without asking. I know it was wrong. I know you are very disappointed in me. I'm sorry. I will never do it again. I'm sorry. Your son, Dexter. Sad excuse for stealing. My son, the vandal. Dear Mr. Wickford, we're sorry to report that your son Dexter was caught on school grounds last night throwing rocks at the gymnasium windows. This is the second time he's been caught attempting to destroy school property. We fear Dexter is becoming a danger to himself and others. We have no choice but to expel him. Please contact us if you have any questions regarding this matter. Oh no. I hate Ezra Wickford so much. You hate him? Oh no. Who the hell creates a whole damn scrapbook about how he hates a kid? That is true, that's a little weird. He has all these newspaper clippings and mementos of Dexter's rebellious teenage years. I have changed your will according to the directions you gave me in our meeting on May 21st. In the event of your death, Dexter will have no recourse to inherit Wickford Castle or any of your estate or financial holdings. I'd rather see it burn than give it to Dexter. Oh no. There's some hard feelings there. Garbage father. After you kicked out and cut off your son and left him homeless and destitute, he had to resort to check fraud. I mean, yeah, I guess that's... He's not the perfect father. Oh no. Let's head on down. This way.
It's stuck.
Remember checks? Yeah, does anyone still use checks? I don't think I've seen a check in a very long time.
The elevator's in the way.
Oh no! How dare! How dare the elevator be in the way? Let's go up. I do. Do you still use checks? I think I need to... How do I get off? Get off this. That's what you should do. Okay, that's the library there. Is Lisa in here yet? She is.
So what'd you find in the library?
Please, Lisa. Absolutely not. I would never.
Please, Lisa. You know it's off limits.
Oh, come on, Nancy. You've been on the prowl. I can tell by the sparkle in your eye.
I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
Aw, you're no fun.
Did you know
Neither are
Professor
you.
Hotchkiss published a book on Marie Antoinette?
Yeah, I looked her up on the internet. The critics panned the book. Looks like other historians think she's a real quack.
I still have to write a check for my rent every month, and it drives me nuts. That's insane.
I'll let you get back to your magazine.
Later,
I just,
Nancy.
like, assume everything's digital now. Alien Traveler, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the biddos. I appreciate ya. Was watching your True Colors playthrough. I'm so glad! Happy AAPI Heritage Month. Happy AAPI Heritage Month to you as well. Alright, another 2 truths and a lie from Philip. Let's go. Number 1, my first Nancy Drew game was Sea of Darkness. Number 2, I'm scared of spiders. And 3, I'm an NCU fan. Ooh, that's tough. I'm gonna say that the first one's a lie. I think that your first Nancy Drew game was much older than Sea of Darkness. I don't think you started with Sea of Darkness. I'll say that's the lie. But everybody else, feel free to hop in, and whenever you're ready, Philip, tell us the answer. MCU is the lie? Ooh.
Can I help you?
That could be it.
I was in the elevator and it got stuck between floors. I had to climb out the top and I just barely made it up to the floor above. Do you think you'll be able to fix it?
Well, I doubt it's broken. I'll check the power switch in the basement. Glad you're okay. But don't go climbing around the elevator shaft anymore. It's dangerous in there.
So, did you grow up around here?
You could say that.
Did you know the original owner, Ezra Wickford, when he lived here?
You could say that.
Did you know him well?
They call it the past for a reason, okay? Because it's over.
So, do you know if Ezra Wickford had a place where he liked to go and think? Someplace he thought of as a refuge?
There was a private area of the garden. Yeah. The entrance was hidden, so no one could bother him there.
Were you allowed to go out there?
Once in a while he'd bring me out there and teach me about his favorite flowers, but That was like 100 years ago.
Do you think I could go check it out?
Forget about it. There's nothing out there but dead weeds and crumbling statues.
Okay. See ya, Mr. Egan.
Alrighty then.
Alright. We want to go outside. Let's try. The Lie was number 1. What was your first Nancy Drew game then, if it wasn't Sea of Darkness? Oh, he's gone. But I'll take that. Theft.
It's like the North Pole out there.
Have a good weekend. You too, Alien Traveler. Have a wonderful weekend. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? We should make it nighttime. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit slow. Anything you want me to do, just let me know. I might need to do some jumping jacks, get that energy back. Let's go to the second floor. My first Nancy Drew was Message in a Haunted Mansion because I am old. Oh, you're not old, you're not old. Unless you want to be, then be old and embrace it. I never think old is like an insult, so I never know how to like answer that kind of thing of like, I feel old. Like, is that a bad thing? It shouldn't be. Let's see. Bedtime, bedtime, bedtime. Let's make it bedtime and snoop around Dexter's desk. My first was Scarlet Hand. Very cool. Let's make it like midnight. You know, saucy hour. Do we think Nancy carries a bag or some sort of random, she carries random crap. Or carries everything in her hands. Is it a bag? I don't know. I've always assumed it was her pockets, like in her mom jeans. I don't know. What do we think? Is it a bag? Is it her pockets? Is it her hands? Snowplows? Question mark. Try to reach Christy again. Change bulbs in tower. Replace filter in vent shaft. Keep searching. For what, Dexter? Why is that in all caps? Get boots back to Professor. Check basement circuit breaker. Get dinner orders from guests. Okay. Oh, a key. I found the key. I found the key. Deep, deep pockets of her Levi's. I think it's the pockets. I truly do. Oh, that's it? I thought there was more we could look at on this desk. I made that up. But we do have the key to the library now, so let's go check it out.
It's locked.
Uh-oh. So, let's go get some dust. And then take it to the alarm. Speedy, speedy, quick. We're just gonna dust these for fingerprints. No, don't be pushing things, Nancy. Okay, 3*72. I'm gonna write it down so I don't forget. *72. Nancy has carried stuff so huge that she's gotta have a backpack. Oh, a backpack! I didn't even think about a backpack! How did he not come in that time? Oh, because I messed up. He should have definitely stopped us, but we did not get caught. Alright. Through the vent? Let's go out this way. Maybe because I moved the elevator we can get down to the cool places. Ha 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 ha. There we go! What is this? Let's just move it. It'll be fine. What could go wrong? Deep Pockets is fun, but I like my wheelie backpack theory. I do like a wheelie backpack. Like that she just rolls around. I think that'd be fun.
No. No!
The fact that the text says splat is disgusting. Let's not do that again. Let's actually try to do this. It is random. I hate the sound effect this makes, so I apologize for the noise. Oh no! Ugh, I hate that sound effect so much. I don't know why it bugs me. These early games have sound effects that, like, get on my nerves. Final Scene has a really bad one that I can't stand. Whew, okay. Are we ready? Nancy Pancake. What the hell? That's so dark. Nancy getting squished by the elevator? It's pretty bad. So I've been cleaning out my closet and I'm in the study abroad in China part of my life. It's amazing. Found this notebook of my homework and plans and whatnot. Very cool.
Nancy, what are you doing here?
And Nancy drew game notes for smack dab in the middle of your study abroad notes. That's awesome. It's like when I saw Into the Woods, and whenever the giant crushed someone, they did a sound of a cabbage in a vice. Ew. Ew. The ass is disappointing. Yeah, we did get a nice shot of like full body Jacques. We say ass is disappointing, but he has the sass. So where is he on the scale?
Don't you think I should be asking you that question?
I can explain, Nancy, but please don't tell anyone that you found me here. If I get sent back to France, my fiancé will give up on me, and I will have let down my family again.
Again?
How can you expect me to
multiple disappointments from Jacques?
Destroying the castle? If you're willing to saw through this gate, then you must be the one who wrecked the library too.
Nancy, I had nothing to do with what happened in the library. I swear the tower holds
swear.
a valuable French historical document. If I can find it and return it to France, perhaps I can make up for my failure at the Olympics.
No. I suspect that suit of armor behind Jacques looks sus to me. The armor, there's probably a real person in that armor too.
What kind of document?
The tower first belonged to the Chateau Rochemont in France. When Ezra Wickford bought the tower, my great-grandfather was the master carpenter in charge of dismantling it and preparing it for shipment. One day, when he was working alone, he found a secret compartment in one of the walls.
A secret compartment?
Inside, he found an old journal with a royal crest on the cover and a medallion with a strange blue stone in it. But he heard other carpenters coming, so he hid the medallion in his pocket and sealed the journal back in the compartment.
Journal.
Before he could get back to study the journal and return the medallion, the tower was dismantled and shipped to America. He never learned who the journal belonged to or what it said.
It's Marie Antoinette. She's been standing in that suit of armor waiting for 200 years. You know, it's Nancy Drew, so I feel like anything's possible. Because also, like, how are these treasures still, like, here when Nancy comes along? You're telling me nobody saw that treasure, found it, did anything to it, so fully believe that's Marie Antoinette in that suit of armor.
Ezra Wickford might get angry, accuse him of interfering with the project, and try to ruin his name as a carpenter. So he kept quiet.
So, how do you know all of this?
I was his only great-grandson. On his deathbed, he gave me the medallion and told me the whole story. He begged me to come here to Wisconsin to find the journal and return it to France.
Philip got the 50 chicken drumsticks from the food bot. So happy 50 chicken drumsticks is on the list of food. I'm glad someone got it today. How on theme.
You must feel a real sense of responsibility to carry out your great-grandfather's dying wish.
Oh yes, of course. But it's not just for my great-grandfather. It is for France. The journal bore a royal seal. It must have belonged to Marie Antoinette, because she used to visit the tower during the Revolution. So perhaps it contains her confessions, or perhaps it contains proof of her innocence. Either way, the contents of that journal could change French history forever.
I just don't see how you can think that journal will still be up there after all these years.
I know it's possible that someone found the secret compartment when the tower was being put back together, but I have to check anyway. I just have to know. Nancy, do you think you could help me? Let me show you this medallion, and maybe you'll be able to tell me what it's for.
I might be willing to help you, but you have to tell Christy everything. I'm sure she'll understand, and then you won't have to sneak around in the middle of the night, haunting the castle with that screeching hacksaw.
Okay, Nancy, I see your point. I will explain everything to Christy Lane as soon as possible. Now, will you help me? I think this medallion will interest you, and maybe you'll have some idea what it's for. It's in my locker. Will you go get it while I take care of something? The combination is 2665.
What are you
I'll
going
meet
to
you in
take
the locker
care
room
of?
in a minute.
What is he taking care of?
Well, as long as you promise to tell Christy what's going on.
You're the best, Nancy.
That's what they tell me.
Yay! Alright. Ah yes, Marie Antoinette's diamond with its impenetrable security of 3rd through 6th grade level puzzles. This is what I'm saying! How is Nancy the first person to find these things? It's ridiculous. I mean, I love it, I eat it up, but I just don't see it.
It's locked.
See it being a thing. Look at him trying to break his way through these bars. That's as far as he got? Oh, Jacques. That's as far as he got. Okay, let's go. Why are you pushing us to go open your locker? Yeah, a little suspicious. But he's gotta go take care of something, so we're gonna go open the locker now. Alright, Jacques' lockers. 2... 6, 5. Okay, before I grab that, let's look at everything else. Jacques, darling, I am trying to be patient, but I cannot understand what is taking you so long. My mother and father are traditional people, and they think it is highly unusual that you would ask me to marry you without demonstrating your commitment to me in any symbolic way. You know I believe that our love makes us richer than kings and queens, but I cannot live on hot dogs and mac and cheese forever. Girl, I could live on hot dogs and mac and cheese forever, but not for someone as weird as Jacques. Like, he's... You said you had a plan. You said it would only take a couple of weeks, but it has been 2 months. Girl, it's only been 2 months. She acting like it's been years. I can't wait forever. Please don't make me give up on you. I remain your petit chou. Please don't make me give up on you. Isabel. Did I miss the Easter eggs? We haven't done Easter eggs yet. We will, though. Lobster mac and cheese forever. I love lobster mac and cheese. She can have hot dogs and mac and cheese? What's wrong with that? Girl, honey, you are aware you can buy most food for cheaper. What's wrong with hot dogs and mac and cheese? Is she saying she wants to throw some chicken nuggies in the mix? I mean, that's probably what it is. She needs the chicken nuggies. The dino nuggies, specifically. Especially love in a symbolic way. Like, moving across the world from France to Wisconsin? Like, is that not enough for her? I'm so confused. Apparently she wants caviar and lobster. To whom it may concern, our records indicate that your visitor's visa will expire within 1 month. If you remain in the country after that time, you will be doing so in violation of the law. If your visitor's status has changed or you wish to dispute our records, please contact your local immigration authority immediately. D is for dazzling, D is for diamonds. Okay, so he is trying to get a ring for her, but it's just not happening. Okay. Did someone say nuggies? We love nuggies. Ah! Oh!
Ouch. Someone must have knocked me out.
D is also for Dino Nuggies, just saying. True.
Headache headquarters. Nancy here.
Nancy, it's Jacques. What happened? Are you okay?
I don't really know what happened. I opened your locker like you said, and then it was lights out Nancy.
But you do have my medallion, right?
They didn't find it when they picked me up off the floor?
Oh la la, you can't be serious.
It is Jock. Jock instead of Jacques. Jacques.
I'm afraid
Brunet.
I am serious. I have no idea what happened to it.
This is too much. Oh la la. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Do I have
Welcome to the
voicemail?
voicemail system. Please press 0 to reach first message.
Yeah, Miss Drew. This is Dexter at the front desk. Can you come down when you're feeling better? I need to talk to you for a minute. Thanks.
To go to the next message, second message. To leave the system, thank you. Goodbye.
Dexter wants to talk to us. Oh, do you want to do the Easter eggs? Let's do that first. Go cats. Let's see. GOCATS. Alright, then we got McQuack, MCQUACK. And then Arcari, ARACARI. Hey. Might as well call Ned while we're here too. Did she just say headache headquarters? She did. She thinks she's clever.
Hi, you've reached Ned at Omega Chi Epsilon. I'm not here to take your call right now, so please try again later. Thanks.
Ned, you should have answered. I literally only get mad at Ned when he doesn't pick up. It's so frustrating. Like, you should be waiting at the phone for me to call.
Hello?
George, it's Nancy.
Great timing, Nancy. Bess and I were just saying how we wish we were out on the ski slopes with you. Hang on, I'll get her to pick up the other phone. Hey, Bess!
Calling Ned as an afterthought on brand.
Oh, Nancy, how's the vacation?
I guess I should have mailed that letter. Not only do I have a blizzard on my hands, but I may have stumbled onto another case, too. The castle library was vandalized, and one of the other guests says her room was robbed.
Boy, oh boy! Have you searched the library for clues yet?
Well, that's the thing. Dexter Egan, the caretaker, says it's locked up and off limits until the police can get here. But who knows when that'll be.
That's funny, Nancy. I didn't know the phrase off limits was even in your vocabulary.
Seriously, though, don't you think that your dad's friend, Christy Lane, would feel better knowing that you're on the case, at least until the police can take over?
She's right, Nancy. I mean, who knows what this Egan guy is all about anyway? Sounds like you're just gonna have to find an alternative entrance to that library.
Here I go again. Just hope I don't have to slide down the chimney.
Why not? That'd be fun.
Robbery? Who got robbed?
I'm not sure. The guest's name is Professor Hodgkiss. I think she's a bit eccentric.
You mean weird?
Nutso?
A few sandwiches short of a
She was trying to be nice,
Okay,
okay?
you guys. I just mean that I'm not sure how reliable her testimony will be.
Yeah, but she'll probably tell you something important, whether she means to or not.
Ned won't answer until you call Bess and George. Okay, so we can call Ned again after this. Hello, it's me, the light of your life, calling to tell you about my latest near-death experience. I know, answer the phone, Ned.
I met my ski instructor, Jacques Brunet. He sure is French.
Ooh la la, those accents should be illegal.
What does that
I hate to break it to you, Bess, but he's engaged.
Now there's a real crime.
Right, Bess. Humanity is devastated.
I'm glad that Jacques is off the market. Get him out of here. But I don't know what she meant by he's very French.
I met this nice woman, Lisa Ostrom.
What's her deal?
She's a photojournalist doing a story on the castle. She sure got me curious about that tower.
Oh yeah? Does she know where the entrance is?
I don't think so.
Well, keep an eye on her, Nancy. Those photojournalists are born snoopers, you know.
George, are you suggesting that Nancy is a second-class snooper? You're going to give our friend a complex.
Oh, right. Like Nancy doesn't know she's the prime minister of snooping.
I'm trying to meet with Professor Hotchkiss to find out what was stolen from her room, but she won't open her door to discuss it.
That's odd. I wonder what she's so nervous about. I'll bet she's hiding something in her room.
Like what, Bess? The elephant that trampled the library? She's probably just a little freaked. I mean, if her room really was robbed, you'll find a way to make her trust you, Nancy. I'll bet Bess's last slice of pizza on it.
Hey.
Wickford wrote Dexter a farewell poem before he died.
The inventor of chocolate milk was a poet, too?
Yum. I could write a poem or two about chocolate milk.
It says that he's hid some sort of luck charm for Dexter to find.
Where?
Something about his old thinking spot somewhere out in the garden. Funny, but I didn't see any garden when I came in.
Well, you can't exactly tiptoe through the tulips when they're buried under 6 feet of snow.
Never mind my cheeky cousin over there, Nancy. When the storm passes, you should go out and see what you can find.
Honestly, I feel like if someone said to me about someone, he sure is French, I'd immediately know exactly what they meant. I feel like I would know only because I would think it's Jacques Brunet.
I went back to check out Jacques' locker, and I found a pamphlet about diamonds, a letter from his fiancée, and a warning notice from immigration.
Did his fiancée sound cute in her letter?
Actually, she sounded upset. She wants him to hurry up and do something, but I'm not sure what.
Sounds like that guy is under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I hope he's not marrying her just to stay in the country. Okay, you two.
All right.
I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
I don't understand why Nancy didn't get what Isabel wanted. Like, we know Isabel wants a ring, right? And, like, to get married. Was that not the thing? Why is Nancy confused? Because he proposed to her without a ring, yeah?
Hello?
Ned, it's
Yay.
me.
Well, you're a sound for sore ears. Bess called me and told me your vacation is rapidly turning into another mystery. So who do you think the vandal is?
I really don't know. It would help if I could at least imagine a motive. But why would anyone want to vandalize a beautiful old library?
There must be more to it than meets the eye. Sounds like you better find a way to get in there and take a look around.
Done and dusted. I've already done that, Ned.
Are you ready for a crazy coincidence?
Only if it's a crazy one.
Ezra Wickford also imported the library, and it seems that he bought it from the family of Jean LeBoeuf, the revolutionary commander
How did
who
Bess
captured
call
Marie
you, Ned?
Antoinette when she was trying to escape from France.
You're kidding. So Wickford imported Marie's tower and her enemy's library?
Exactly.
Doesn't LeBoeuf mean the cow in French?
Actually, I think it just means the beef.
Well, in any case, I bet the guy would be happy to know that his library ended up in the heart of America's Dairyland.
Bye, Ned.
Bye.
Alright. Why is Bess calling you? I feel like I like the Bess Ned dynamic in later games, so I'm hoping that that's like just the beginning of it here. But yeah, when did they have time to call him before I called?
Thanks for coming down. I've been wanting to talk to you.
Shia
How's
the
your head?
beef.
Did you slip or what?
She called him as soon as we finished talking to her. It seems fishy to me. I know. I feel like Ned is in the same room and just listened to that conversation. I was like, oh yeah, she definitely called me.
Well, let's just say someone must be trying to tell me to get a little more rest on this vacation. Anyway, I'm planning on making a speedy recovery.
It's just that when I found you out cold in the basement and hauled you back to your room, I noticed all this red dirt on your shoes. I'm just curious where it came from.
Mr. Egan, I confess, I found my way into the corridor that leads to the Queen's Tower. As you probably know, the dirt in that tunnel is very red. I hope you won't consider this trespassing.
Nope. If you must know, I'm impressed.
What if he
Ezra
got mad at
Wickford
us
set
for
that
real
secret
though?
door up so nobody would be able to find it. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with getting into that tower. Ezra told me that if I could get through the secret door, he'd take me up to see the Queen's Tower. Finally, I got into the tunnel, and when I came out with that red dirt all over me, he laughed. He was actually proud of me.
That's an amazing story, Mr. Egan. I'm glad you're not angry. I guess I'm just as curious as you once were.
I'd say you earned the right to check out the tower for yourself. But you gotta get through that gate, right? There's an old skeleton key in the maintenance shed. Now that the storm's passed, you can go out and get it. But be careful. It's still dead cold out there.
I don't want to press my luck with you, but I sure would like to see Ezra's private garden. Could you tell me how to find it?
It's nothing but wasteland out there. If you're bent on tromping around in the cold, go left when you get outside, away from the shed. Look for a wrought iron gate. You'll figure out the rest.
Yay,
Okay.
let's go outside.
See you, Mr. Egan.
Bye, kiddo.
I like the Bess Ned dynamic more than the Nancy Ned dynamic. I do too. As much as I love Ned, the Nancy Ned dynamic doesn't really do it for me.
Well, if it isn't Dexter's little Cinderella.
I'll let you get back to your magazine.
BRB, gotta
Keep me
feed my
posted.
kitty children. Go feed the kitties. The fur babies. Alright, outside. I feel like I should also save the game here. I always forget to save. Oh, green ornament thingy? I don't want to save over those things. Frostbite. Let's go. Continue. Woohoo! Out we go. Okay. Now we're in the thinking spot. Look how pretty. Wickford Garden, created in loving memory of Eleanor Wickford. Kind of creepy.
It's locked.
Aha, a medallion. Okay. Step 1 complete. So now let's go here and get that other key Dexter was talking about. Haha. Ooh, remember when? Do you know what your neighbors are up to? Not many of us are old enough to remember young Dexter Egan. That's so rude. The adopted son of old Daddy Choco Bucks. Who wrote this article? Daddy Choco Bucks, Ezra Wickford. Most of us only came to know Dexter, the boy who was lucky enough to grow up at Wickford Castle. This is a whole bunch of why? Daddy Choco Bucks. Lady Whistledown is running out of material. I can't. 3, 2, 4 for the ski lift. Okay. Ooh, let's see. Okay. What else can we look at? Nothing. We can mess with these. There is a game over sequence if we do that too early. I have done like a deep dive of this game. If I skip something, it's on YouTube and you can watch like the full I did everything that you can do in the game playthrough. With all the deaths and whatnot. Alright, to the library to get to the tower. There we are. Key. Turn around. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. And Dexter will not catch you. Okay. To the tower. Oh, lucky. Lucky guesses.
It's locked.
It's locked. Did we do Professor Hours yet? Not yet. We're not there yet. Let's, oh, whoopsie doodles. Get back down there. There we go. So what does Dexter think when the alarm just shuts off? I have no idea. Because obviously he can hear it. Does he just, like, start walking towards the library like, oh, it turned off, and then walk back? Alright. Up the stairs. Oh, the stairs aren't there. Puzzle time. Whew. There's only 3. Okay, is that the... I'm trying to figure out what the difference between junior and senior is on each of these. So it looks like there's 3, and I think senior has 4. Ooh. This looks very different. Let's see. How do we want to do it? Okay, maybe like this. And then we can pop that bad boy in. Easy. That one can go in there. That was too easy. I'll be honest. I think that one's way too easy. Oh, we didn't even get to struggle. Ugh. I don't know whether my favorite innovation of later games is puzzles solved once stay solved, yeah. Or not having to click number buttons individually on the phone. Oh, I do like that you can type in the phone numbers later. I really like that. Okay. Jigsaw puzzle. Let's get these in the right place, these bottom pieces. I feel like those are fairly easy. Like that. Uh-huh. And then move these around, move them around town. Okay. This is definitely the other way around. Okay, that edge looks good. Alright, the edges are good. Wait, it looks pretty pretty much done to me. What's missing? Something's off, but it's not by much, I don't think. That was simple. I like clicking to dial the phone no matter what game, so I'm a huge fan of solved puzzles stay solved. I guess it's nice to push all the buttons. I think, I don't know, my hand is always wanting to go to my keyboard, so maybe that's why I like that.
Looks like a keyhole of some sorts.
Okay, so now that we have this, let's go talk to our favorite person. Besides Dexter, obviously. Okay.
Is that you, Brandy? Oh, I'm glad you're here. At the moment, my theory is rising like a magnificent souffle. I need to collect a few more ingredients, if you will, but it's a delicate situation. If I leave my room even for a moment, I fear the souffle will come crashing down in a heap.
What do you need me for, Professor?
What I need is some information about the castle. Hard numbers. I've come to the conclusion that you are an enterprising and faithful soul. Therefore, I have decided to entrust you with this important mission. Who knows? If you succeed, I might whisk you away from the hotel business to be my personal research assistant.
Just ask me the question.
I'm not actually in the hotel business, but I'd love to help.
Marvelous! Here's what I need to know. How many days before her 38th birthday was Marie Antoinette executed? I'll be very eager to hear what you come up with. But please, don't disturb me unless you have the answer.
Okay, how many days before her 38th birthday? 17? Is that a guess, or do we know?
Yes.
I'll do
Did
17.
you find the information I asked you for?
Sure did.
Good, but I need you to write it down so I don't forget.
17?
Thank you. Let me do some calculations to see if this is correct. Eureka!
Good job!
If there's one thing I like in a young person, it's ingenuity. Now, I've got work to do. Time to stir the cauldron and stoke the fire. But if you'd like to talk, I'll be holding office hours in the lobby between 3 and 6 a.m. Meet me then.
It's time for Hotchkiss hours. Let's go. 3 and 6 a.m. Oh boy, 3 a.m. I'm so excited. We get to see her in all her glory now.
Nancy, dear, welcome to the witching hour. Isn't it marvelous to be up and about when others are sound asleep? I find my brainwaves are at their most powerful during this time.
Yes, I happen to do some of my best work in the middle of the night, too. So, tell me, Professor, what is this theory you're working on?
Well, you probably know by now that I'm a scholar of French history. My specialty is Marie Antoinette. Oh, poor Marie, the most misunderstood queen of the 18th century. Marie used to visit the very tower that now belongs to this castle. I'm convinced that this place holds evidence that will forever change the way the world views Marie. But the walls have ears, so
She's
I'd
so
rather
pretty.
not say any more right
And an
now. But if you're
icon.
really interested, why don't you go up to my room and have a look around yourself? You've been such a great help to me, almost like an apprentice. Oh, I've always wanted an apprentice.
What I'd do to be Hotchkiss's apprentice in real life. That would be it. That I would have peaked.
Oh, that's all right, Professor. I don't want to invade your privacy.
I insist. Your mind is like a ravenous monkey gobbling up every banana in its path. Oh, how can I stand in the way? Here's my extra pass key. I get back to work at 6 a.m. sharp, so just make sure you vacate the premises by 5:59. And put things back where you find them. It's all scientifically organized in there.
What did you mean when you said Marie Antoinette was misunderstood?
Everyone thought Marie did nothing but spend France's money on jewels and fancy soap for herself, while her people were starving. History books have upheld the myth that she was just a spoiled and heartless brat, but I don't believe it.
I have a skirt that's kind of got this pattern on it, and I only bought it because it made me think of Hotchkiss. I'm looking at her dress now, I'm like, man, that's really cute. And I realized I think I still have this skirt somewhere because I was like, oh, the Hotchkiss skirt. I must have it.
I believe that she's been the victim of vicious rumors and lazy historians for too long, and that if the real story could be told, people would realize that Marie Antoinette was actually a good woman who wanted to help her people but didn't know how.
Do you know anything about a tiara that was given to Marie Antoinette?
The infamous tiara.
I'll be your
of
apprentice,
course.
Hotchkiss.
Oh, people thought Marie
I have
had
a
this
shirt like hers.
extravagant
I like
piece
this
commissioned
pattern.
for herself, and they hated her for it. But really, it was her husband, King Louis XVI, who had it made for her birthday. Oh, she didn't want it. Refused to wear it. And then, a few months before the revolution broke out, the tiara disappeared.
What do you mean it disappeared?
It was never found. There were rumors that she had it destroyed, but no one has ever been able to prove this.
I found something that I think you'll be very interested in.
It seems to be some kind of journal. I think it was written by Marie Antoinette herself.
What? Let me see that.
The way she gets so
This is
excited.
it. I've been trying to track this down for 15 years. Where on earth did you find it?
She was not doing a good job if she was trying to track that down for 15 years, though. But I always like when she gets excited about the journal.
Well, it's a long story, but I happened to find a way.
This voice
to the
actor
Queen's
kills it.
Tower,
So good.
Where I happened to
So
find a
good, so
secret
good.
compartment. I think this must be what the vandal was after.
Nancy, I must warn you. I'll wrestle you for this if I have to, and it won't be pretty.
I'm sure physical combat won't be necessary.
Although I would like to
Professor.
wrestle her for
I'm
fun.
glad to help you with your work, but I need your assistance in return. You're fluent in French, aren't you?
Absolutely. I'll get to work on it right away. I'll have the translation ready in my room for you this time tomorrow. Until then, I mustn't be disturbed.
Yay! Okay. I guess we should have gone to her room first, but let's just sleep for 24 hours. Nancy's gonna get a good night's sleep. Let's just skip forward. 3 a.m. There we go. Earth to Hotchkiss. Come in, Hotchkiss. Nancy, oh, I wandered around for a day and a half. What took you so long? Yeah, why would she take you 15 years to find that? It didn't take us that long at all. Alright, she's in here somewhere. Okay. Let's go.
Hello, my fellow night owl. Or perhaps I should say hoot hoot. Ooh. Did you find anything of interest in my room?
Actually, I haven't had a chance to visit your room yet, Professor.
I see. Well, suit yourself. But please don't expect me to entertain you with idle chit-chat. All right then, bye-bye.
Oh, okay. I have to go to your room first? I've never had that happen before. Alright, cool. Let's go to her room and then she can maybe tell us about her translation. Are you doing a straight marathon? Yeah, so this is 2 games every single Saturday, except this week is weird because we're doing Saturday and Sunday. 2 Nancy Drew games every Saturday, and we'll get through all of the 33 games, the 2 dossier games, and the Secrets Can Kill remastered. So a total of 36. Let's see. Born November 2nd, a Scorpio like me. Is anyone a Scorpio like Professor Hotchkiss? Do we have Professor Hotchkiss like Scorpios? Lilybo, thank you for joining the struggle bus officially. I appreciate ya. Ah, medallion. Alright, Friday's done. 2 truths and a lie. Let's go. Number 1, I have 3 books on my wonderful, lovely blue tubs in my bedroom. The Gathering, The Golden Compass, and The Women of Brewster Place. Well, I suppose I should say there's only 2. One of them is actually resting on my dresser. Which book is not on my blue tubs? I don't even know. There's like no context clues for me to guess what's the lie. I'll go ahead and say The Golden Compass is not on your blue tubs. I'll go with that one. It's just a guess. Is there a way to hook up a DS to OBS? There were some non-her interactive Nancy Drew games for the DS. I know, and I've been trying to figure out, like, I'm pretty sure you can't, like, hook it up to OBS, but I know there's, like, emulators for that, which I don't know if that's entirely legal, but I've been wanting to play Professor Layton on stream, and I just don't see that there's a way for me to do it. And I would love to play the Nancy Drew DS games on stream, too. They're very different than, like, these, but I think they're just fun for people who like Nancy Drew. But I don't know. It would be very cool. If anyone knows, hit me up. GBA you can. Okay. Interesting. I need to look up. I haven't fully done my research on playing DS games on stream. Dearest B, marvelous to receive news of your progress. I'm sure you are onto something important with the medallion and the stained glass window, but I think the significance of the medallion must go beyond the message you've seen. I've looked through my family letters, and it seems that Marie Antoinette gave her niece Helga the First, my great-great-great-great-great-aunt, the medallion. She told Helga to keep it safe, and it was part of a great truth that she hoped would someday help to heal the wounds of France. Helga urged her to explain this great truth, but this was all that Marie would divulge. The truth can seem hard and ugly at first, but eventually its hardness becomes a thing of eternal beauty. B, you must find out the meaning of this. Keep up the good work, old friend. I know you will be successful. You need a 3DS with a capture card. So you can plug your DS into a capture card and then you should be good? Because I can do that. I could 100% do that. I didn't know that that was possible. I don't know why I would think that, because you can do that with consoles. So, oh, stick that back in.
Testing. Can anyone hear me? Hotch kiss to Earth. Come in, Earth. Oh, okay. I think we're rolling. Now, let's get a look at these hallways. So rich in detail. You'd never know this place was built in 1920. It's all so 18th C. Oh, and there's Marie. I feel so close to her, just being here. It's as if her spirit is in the air, sweet as the smell of fried chicken.
Love it. Gosh darn it. Her battery died. Let's charge it. Her boots. Alright. I think we are good to go. We've looked at everything in here, and now we gotta wait till tomorrow to watch the rest of her video. Let's do it. Hotchkiss and her camera skills. Exactly when my mom uses her iPhone to take a photo, her thumb in the way. Oh. Okay, back in here. Let's go. Oh, video. We're looking at the tape. That's what we're doing. The rest of this tape.
Oh, what's this? It appears to be some kind of peephole. But what, pray, does it peep upon? Shall I peep? La la, I do believe I'll peep. The beauty, the colors. So this is what Helga told me to look for. Where's my medallion? It fits! Note to self, high five Team Hotchkiss. And what's this? A message? Eureka! It says the diamond.
Girl, your battery is not good. Hotchkiss, Hotchkiss, Hotchkiss.
I'm so glad you stopped by. I've translated the entire journal. It's fabulous. Yay. And as an added bonus, it includes Marie's official decoder, something no one else has ever found before.
Yes. Do you smell the essence of Marie Antoinette after your fried chicken lunch? I do. I do smell Marie Antoinette in this room. She be peeping and eating chicken, absolutely. The chicken.
I saw a letter on your desk from your friend, the Baroness von Hanseldorf. And I'm just wondering, did the medallion she gave you have a blue stone in it by any chance?
Heavens no! Where did you hear such a thing? My medallion had a green stone in it. Anything else would be a mere imposter. A flaming faker, do you hear me?
What do you think of Lisa Ostrom?
That Leslie, yes, oh, a real dynamo, but... oh, I told Chester that I would not require any maid service during my stay. I don't know why she didn't get the message.
See you soon.
Goodbye.
Why was she in your room? Would you like to borrow mine? Let me see what I can do, and then I can definitely message you, and we can work something out. I would love to play the DS games with you guys. Go back to her room. I posted the links to the 3DS capture card stuff. Cool, thank you, thank you. Alright, there it is. My husband is like an impossible child. I still cannot believe Louis bought this tiara when the French economy is in so much trouble. I told him I didn't want it. What does he expect me to do with it? I cannot wear it. The people hate me already. They call me Madame Deficit, as if the country's debt were all my fault. I wish I could sell it and return the money to France, but this would embarrass Louis publicly now. If he and I appear divided, the mob will erupt. They'll overthrow the monarchy in no time, and we will find ourselves kneeling at the guillotine. Aw, Marie. See, my own court speaks viciously of me, and I feel terribly alone. I hope that someday, years from now, my actions will be better understood. If you're reading this, know that my honor shall be blue. Courage shall be red. And loyalty shall be green. Green. Okay. And then we got the decoder.
It looks like some sort of decoder. Each of these symbols stands for a certain word.
Okay. And we're gonna have to look at this again once we have all of the fun words. There's courage. And honor. What's this looking thing? Yay. Alright, but for now, let us go to bed. Nina, wow, I was so suspicious to be in someone else's room. Also, Nina, let's go back to her room. Hey, I was given permission to be in there. Lisa was not. Alright, let's see if we can go speak to Lisa now.
Glad you came down to talk. Get this. I saw Dexter walking out to the maintenance shack with this, like, green ornament thing in his hand. He's up to something, right? Maybe you should check it out.
Thanks for the tip, Lisa. I think I will. You want to come along?
Thanks, Nancy, but you're the brainiac. I'll just guard this comfy chair and wait for your report.
I'll let you get back to
Weird that you wouldn't want to come with
posted.
me. A journalist not wanting to go investigate? Like, sus. Why wouldn't you want to at least, like, come hang out with me? Like, take a nice walk. A little weird. Green medallion thing. Ornament thing. Get this. I keep the golden compass on dresser because I really enjoyed the book and it's more accessible visible there. Amazing. Yay!
I'm locked out.
Let me in!
If I don't get inside soon, I'll freeze to death.
It's okay, Nancy, I got you, don't worry. It's like that? Is that right? Yay! The rat in that scene seems unnecessary. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's there.
Is that you, Nancy? Come inside. It's freezing out here. What kind of a stunt was that, Missy?
So Ghost Dogs tomorrow? Ghost Dogs will not be tomorrow. Tomorrow we're playing the final scene and Secret of the Scarlet Hand. And then next week we won't be here. And then the following week will be Ghost Dogs. We'll get there eventually. I feel like once we hit a certain point, like it starts feeling like we're getting through them way too fast.
I was freezing. That stunt was my version of an SOS.
Well then, what can I say except good thinking? Hey there, Nancy.
You've been holding out on me, Mr. Egan. I read in an old issue of the Daily Telegraph that you grew up here, right in this castle.
All right. I did live here for a few years, once upon a time. I was an orphan until Ezra Wickford came along and adopted me. But I left the castle when I was 16, and I never saw him again. That's the story, all right?
Why didn't you ever come back to visit?
Some things can't be explained, kid. It was a long time ago, and nothing can change it now.
Why are those holes in the crest on the floor of the tower room?
I can help you, but we shouldn't talk about it now.
Oh, okay.
Not
Got you.
here.
Got you.
Call me later.
Okay. See ya, Mr. Egan.
Can't
You're
ask
a
him these
trooper.
questions at the desk. Is Lisa still here? Does she care about my green medallion?
Nancy, I heard you got locked out. You could have frozen to death. So, what was Dexter hiding out there?
I don't know. It just looked like your average maintenance shed to me. So, next time you give me a hot tip, Lisa, it better come with some earmuffs.
Huh, I thought for sure I was onto something.
No, I didn't find anything
I still
out
think
there.
Dexter's shady. I'd keep an eye on him if I were you.
I'll let you get back to your magazine.
Dexter
Keep me
is so
posted.
far from shady. Like, Dexter is the least shady person in this castle. Okay, Duke. Jacques, I don't think I've talked to since the incident. He's not even here. Great. I don't need to talk to Jacques anyways. Who cares? Alright, let's head on up. Let's go, look at these medallions all together. Liar, she's so bad at lying. She really is. Alright, let's see. We got green. And then, ooh, and then blue. This is like this thing. And Hotchkiss is gonna translate all of this for us so we don't have to. Woohoo. Okay. 3 a.m. time. I can see why people might not like this game. It's a lot of back and forth. I just like the music and atmosphere so much. He's saying call him on the landline. Yeah, so if you want to talk to Dexter about all the questions that we technically have already answered, you can call him on the phone in your room, and you can talk to him. It's very cool. That's not your key. Where'd the key go?
I think I see what the symbols in the stained glass mean now. Let's see. Purple rose, hold diamond, key of queen. But
Yay.
where have I seen a purple rose? And what's a diamond key?
I don't know, Nancy. I have no clue what any of that means. Bet we're gonna find out, though.
Hello there. Oh, it's so exciting about your discovery. I wonder what it will lead to.
What does l'espoir à ceux qui cherchent mean?
Let's see. Well, espoir is hope, and chercher is to search. Hope to those who search.
Can you translate this for me? Le diamant de misère dans mon journal.
Now, where the heck have I seen that phrase before?
I love that Nancy knows how to pronounce
anyway,
these
it
things but
means
doesn't know what
the
they mean.
diamond of misery in my journal.
Can you tell me what this means in English? La solution se trouve dedans.
Well, trouver is to find, and solution is just like it sounds. Solution. The solution is found within.
See you
Lovely.
soon.
Goodbye.
Hey, Burger. Short round. This is short round for anyone who hasn't met him before. He's been like pawing the chair this whole time. I'm like, okay, fine, you can get in my lap, but he is clawing up my leg right now. To the tower? Should we go to the tower? I feel like we should. Let's go.
It's locked.
3 star 7 2. Where are you going? It's steel. I love your little Indiana Jones cat. He's so cute. Alright. Let's head on up. Her accent is so flawless. How does she not speak French? I don't know. And then, like, when we get to Danger by Design, she can't translate anything until the very end. I have a lot of problems with Danger by Design, but that's the biggest one. I love cats. I do too. They're so cute. We don't deserve cats. Oh. Almost. There we go. Here we are.
It's locked.
No, it's not. Don't worry, Nancy. We got you. Across the pit. And up the stairs. Okay. We can go over here to the purple rose now. And break this up, because there's nothing wrong with doing that. I mean, we should not feel guilty that we just destroyed this. Completely ripped those tiles off. I can't wait until we meet the cat from Secret of the Old Clock. So cute and cursed. Yuri.
Looks like a keyhole of some sorts.
Okay, Ow, you're clawing up my leg. That little thing is supposed to be red, and then this thing, oh no, sorry, that's blue. Blue, and then that one's green, and then this one's red. And then we put the key in the middle. Ha ha. Defacing ancient art? Sure. Yeah, let's destroy this historical art.
Whoa, will you look at
Pop
that
those off.
sparkly rock? And me without my sunglasses.
Hi, Lisa. How did you get in here?
I followed
Her
you, of
stance.
course. Turns out a nosy, goody-two-shoes detective is good to have around after all.
Oh.
Now, why don't you toss me that big honkin' diamond so I can blow this popsicle stand and never set foot in lame-o, Wisconsin again?
Lisa, you must be kidding me. This diamond belongs in a museum in France.
Yeah? Well, I belong in the lap of luxury, and that diamond's gonna get me there. Hasn't anybody ever told you to mind your own business?
I'm sure we would all love to be in the
many
lap of
times.
luxury,
Well,
but
maybe this time you'll learn.
Come on.
My eyes!
Don't worry. My spicy devil villain venom won't last for long. But I'm afraid by the time you get your eyes back, you'll have missed my grand exit.
Yay. How many cats are there in the series? Secret of the Old Clock, Shadow at the Water's Edge for sure. I can't remember if there are others. Other cats. Yeah, because we got Yuri, we got Suki. Why can't I... Are there any other cats?
So you're the one who trapped me in the
no.
elevator.
Ooh, you are a smarty pants. But let's
We've
not
got a
forget
lot more
about your little
dogs, I
frostbite
think.
incident. I'm the rotten friend who locked you outside too, you know. Just trying to keep you on your toes, Nancy. Didn't want you to get soft on your vacation.
You give a fish to a cat in Secret Clock? I think you just give maybe a fish-shaped toy? I don't think you give Yuri a fish, but you can give Yuri a toy.
Are you the one who conked me on the
Little
head
mouse.
in the locker room?
Ouch. I bet that hurt. But I had to get the medallion somehow, didn't I? I hope we can still be friends.
Lisa.
Why did you leave Jacques' medallion at
Usher.
Hotchkiss's room?
Usher from Waverly.
And Hotchkiss's medallion
You're right,
out in the shed.
To spread suspicion around, of course. You know, to play with your mind. Plus, I was at a dead end. I got the 2 messages from the stained glass window, but then what? I knew you would figure it out, so I decided to put the medallions in your hands and let you lead the way.
There's also a cat in, So we have Usher from Waverly, and then we also have a cat in Lights, Camera, Curses, which we will also play. So, there are some cats that we haven't thought of.
Why are you doing this?
Haven't you heard? It's a material world, sister, and I am a material girl. Photojournalism pays peanuts, you know, and who wants to work for a living anyway? I was made for a tropical climate, lounge chairs and cabana boys.
Okay.
Why did you have to vandalize that beautiful library?
Just a little translation mix-up. When I read the message from Hotchkiss's medallion, I thought it meant Diamond of Misery in the library. Whoops. Guess I went a little overboard looking for it in there. Anyway, enough with the questions, Nancy. You'll just have to read the rest in the papers.
And our vision is back.
I've gotta stop her.
Life of leisure, here I come.
Oh no, Lisa, don't go.
I've gotta stop her.
Mescanet from Tomb of the Lost Queen, yeah.
It stinks down here. It's all moldy. Darn you, Nancy Drew. You're the worst friend a diamond thief could ever have.
Dear Dad, to think I almost became friends with a diamond thief. Everyone at Wickford Castle is resting easier now that Marie Antoinette's journal and her famous diamond are safe and sound. The journal, the diamond, and the medallions are all going to be featured in a new Marie Antoinette exhibit in Paris. And it looks like everyone will be rewarded. Except Lisa, of course. First, she missed her plane to Rio, and now she's going to be charged with attempted grand theft.
I feel like missing your plane is way worse than getting
her
arrested.
permission to publish Marie's journal in the U.S. before it gets returned to France. This ought to help prove her theory about Marie's character once and for all. Thanks to Jacques and his great-grandfather's efforts to find the journal, the Brunet name is being celebrated all over France. In the meantime, Jacques and Isabel have eloped. It's so romantic.
Isn't
I showed
it?
Dexter the poem that Ezra Whitford
I feel like
wrote,
their
and he was
relationship's a little
relieved to know
problematic.
that his old pop didn't carry any hard feelings to his grave. All the talk shows want Dexter to tell his story on national television, but he keeps turning them down. I guess he doesn't want to be famous or infamous. But when Christy Lane called and asked Dexter to be her business partner, he accepted. With her business sense and Dexter's expert knowledge of the castle, I think they'll make a great team.
I think so too.
So, you know what they say, Dad? Il n'est jamais trop tard de changer l'histoire. It's never too late to change history. Me, I'm determined to go out and enjoy this snow before some other case comes up. See you soon. Love, Nancy.
Yay. Coerced marriage? So romantic. Oh, we did it. Lisa's in jail. Love it.